All right. All right, hello everyone. Welcome to tonight's election night live stream. I am your host, Eric Cunningham, the editor-in-chief of Elections Daily, part of the Decision Desk HQ news network. And we'll be guiding you along tonight through the election as results come in. We have a panel of assorted guests here who are across all different disciplines, election analysis, data from multiple different outlets, including Elections Daily, Decision Desk, and many others that we're excited to bring on throughout the night. As the results continue to come in, right now we have election poll closings in, among other states, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Georgia, and a part of Florida, where we should be getting results in from these states coming up soon. We'll be periodically shuffling throughout the night between coverage of the elections with our panel and then data results from Decision Desk HQ. You can look forward to those analysis closer to the hour, I believe, the hour and 30-minute or 45-minute of each, and then data streams in between our panel discussions. So that's basically the format you can look forward to tonight. We hope you're excited to follow along. This has definitely been an interesting election, certainly one of the closer elections I've ever seen. And we're excited to see the end of this tumultuous election cycle. So with that, we'll probably get back on to our data stream coverage here. And we'll be back on around 7:45 as some more results have started to trickle in from some of those early states. Our early panelists will probably be Dylan Brown and Kraz Granitz of Elections Daily, with additional analysts coming in to follow after that. As the election stands right now, we are getting results in from Indiana and from Kentucky. These are not competitive states, but these may have results that are interesting for the election going forward. And it actually looks like we already have a race call here. No surprise, Kentucky has already been called for Donald Trump. This is that you would obviously expect Republicans to do well in. We'll probably be getting a call in Indiana sometime relatively soon as well, I would imagine.
mixed bag. Like a lot of them are like no shift, 1 point shift. Like, okay, like that's.
All right, we're going on in a second.
All right.
All right, everyone, we are back. We have Kraz Grenitz of Elections Daily with us. He's one of our editors and one of members of our election ratings team at Elections Daily. We've gotten some really interesting results in so far. A lot of information coming in from Florida, Georgia. We have early results in from North Carolina. Races have already been called in, I think, Vermont, Indiana, and Kentucky, just to start out with. So I'll go ahead and throw it to Kraz here before we get into this breakdown. What has kind of stuck out to you so far from these early results that we're seeing?
Yeah, what stuck out to me, I mean, just not a lot of good news for Kamala Harris so far. I think some of the fully reported counties in Indiana are mixed bag. I mean, there are some that are essentially even, maybe a small shift here and there, but nothing crazy by any stretch of the imagination, of course. And, but then you come down, I mean, there's shifts against her in Kentucky, which, how indicative is that? But, there's big shifts against her in Florida, even somewhere like St. John's, which is really highly educated, really wealthy. There's shifts against her in Miami-Dade, of course, as we've seen, Broward. Again, some of these places, the election day vote will be kind of scrambled. But, Trump's done really well in what's reporting so far. And in Georgia, more concerning for her, there's a lot of the vote in Oconee, and she's losing ground there. There's a lot of the vote in Bartow County. And she's losing ground there. Now, granted, that's like exurban, very red, not as suburban, but still, right? Like she needs to be starting to see, material gains over Joe Biden. And I'm just not seeing that right now.
Yeah, actually, let's go ahead and talk a little bit about Florida. We knew Trump had a good chance of winning Miami-Dade County. We are at least coming close on it. This is, Florida swung so far to the right the last election, and while a lot of it is attributable to just Democratic voters not turning out, you don't get a 20-point swing in a swing state like that without something happening. And we can definitely say from these early results that something has happened in Florida. It's definitely, I would say it's very comfortable to call it a red state now. I'm going to zoom in here on the Decision Desk HQ website here, a little focus working on Florida. The early results we're seeing in from Florida specifically show Trump ahead by 11 points from the early vote in Miami-Dade County. That is more than I think most of us were expecting.
Yes.
This number is going to go down. He's not going to win Miami-Dade County by 11 points. That's the DeSantis level number. But we expect, I think you would probably say he's the favorite to win Miami-Dade County at this point, which would be the first time for a Republican in decades, to put it mildly. Granted, it has gone Republican in some statewide elections. I think Mel Martinez won it in the Senate race in 2004, but it's not gone actually Republican in a presidential race in some time. So if you look at these early numbers here, over Miami-Dade County, 80% of the vote, and Donald Trump leads by over almost 100,000 votes, over 10% of the vote. In neighboring Monroe County, which is mainly
Key West.
Mainly Key West, Florida Keys, really historically eccentric location. Trump leads by 16 there. Palm Beach County, this is a big one. This is a county that flipped to Ron DeSantis. This is also one of the few counties that has consistently trended to the Republicans in basically every single election over the last decade. If you look at the numbers, Trump is only down there by 2. Again, this is a big deal for a couple of reasons. One, big agricultural sector in Palm Beach County. People tend to assume that just because it's a big urban county with a lot of voters, that it's just an urban county. It is gigantic agricultural section in Palm Beach, but also a lot of Jewish voters. It has one of the highest populations of Jewish voters of any county in the country. I think it's somewhere around 15-20%, if I'm remembering correctly. There's some congressional districts there with higher.
I also want to point out now, I think Sherrod Brown is, based on these early returns, going down because he's only outrunning Harris by about 4% right now. Obviously, given early election day shifts like that can change, but really in a lot of these counties, he's only outrunning her by 4 or 5%. And I just don't think that's enough for him. I mean, obviously, I don't think it's enough because I don't think Harris is only going to lose Ohio by 4. I think that, the results we're seeing right now, I mean, granted, remarkably, we still don't have that many fully reported counties. The ones we do have are pretty rural, pretty red, and, maybe have some idiosyncrasies. So I do want to see something a little beefier, so to speak. that's outside of Florida, but still, like, as I'm seeing it, I'm just not seeing a lot of good results for Kamala Harris right now.
Mm-hmm. I think some of the strongest results that you could point to would probably be from Indiana. There are a couple of suburban counties there that are heavily white, lots of suburban voters that have shifted Democratic, but I'm not sure they've shifted Democratic by enough of a margin.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah, I was going to echo that.
Yeah. While I pull that up, you can go ahead and talk about that. I'm going to try to get Indiana to show up for us here.
Well, I just need that, Hamilton County, it looks like, is going to be either a narrow Trump win or narrow Harris win, depending on what's still out there in the votes, votes to be counted. That would be about a 7-point shift for Harris. I think that is fine for her, but you have to think about the fact that it shifted 15% 2016 or 2012 to 2016, 13% 2016 to 2020. That's just not, granted, again, when you have a sample size of one, obviously, different counties can shift differently in different states. But to be honest, I'm not seeing it for her right now, at least in the counties we're seeing reporting.
Yeah. And while we're on the topic of counties reporting, we're starting to get some results in from North Carolina. And I want to kind of go into these because these are going to be interesting. This is a state that I think generally is expected to go Republican. Elections Daily has it expected to go Republican. DDHQ model, I believe, has it projected to go Republican. We've gotten some early results in so far. And what I can say for absolutely certain, I think Fox News has already called it for Josh Stein over Mark Robinson. The early voting numbers.
I thought you were about to say they already. I thought you were about to say they already called it for Donald Trump. I was going to be like, wow, that's really
no. They've already called it. They've already called it for Josh Stein. The early voting numbers here are horrific. North Carolina is a state where we thought we had it at safe Democratic at Elections Daily, which is a really, really big one because we did not think there was any possible way that Josh Stein could lose this race. We also probably expected it to not be a double-digit win and to instead be either high or mid-single digits. That's about what the ceiling is for both parties in North Carolina. I think last cycle, the top of victory for either party was 8 points in the agriculture commissioner race, which is a race precisely 5 people are excited about.
So what's the margin between Stein and Harris right now? How much is he outrunning her by?
Yeah, so right now, early votes, and we've got some early votes in absentee by mail. Absentee by mail, biggest Democratic vote margin in North Carolina, obviously. Early voting is more even. I wouldn't say it's even, but it depends from cycle to cycle. It's a little bit more competitive. And then election day is where Republicans make up their margins and win.
All right, so he's outrunning her by like 14, 15%, right?
Kamala Harris is winning this by about 37%. Josh Stein is winning it by 53. That is a 14-point swing. That is a ridiculous swing. That is, if we assume Trump wins North Carolina by, say, 3, that's still a double-digit margin for Josh Stein.
I'm glad sometimes that I don't say things right away because I was looking at Virginia, and the initial drop was 60-40 for Harris, and that would have been something like almost a 20-point shift to Donald Trump. And I almost said something, and now it's back up to being 69-30, so a 1-point shift towards Donald Trump. If that result holds with more votes, I don't know. There's a possibility that result does not hold.
I want to just highlight a few counties here, though, just to give you an idea. Because, so you can see here, most of these counties that are in, we got results in from Mecklenburg County, for example, Wake County, all the big urban counties, and a handful of smaller counties. So, let's zoom in here on Alexander County, my home county. Donald Trump is winning the early vote here by 12 percentage points. Josh Stein is winning the early vote here by 7 percentage points. That's a 19-point shift in a very red, rural Republican county. It's still the early vote. I have no doubt that Josh Stein will lose Alexander County, probably by double digits, probably by 30 points. But this is a county that you usually lose by 40 or 50 if you're a Democrat. So
of course, and it's all about the margin, and it's all about how much he's overperforming Harris by.
Even look here, Mecklenburg County. Again, this used to be a very Republican county. This is about a 58-point margin for Josh Stein. As a comparison, so 58 points, Donald Trump is losing it by 40. That's an 18-point swing in Mecklenburg County. This is going to be a big help, I think, down ballot. I wrote an article about this for an outlet in North Carolina called The Assembly about a year ago, and then I wrote the other one for the Dispatch earlier this year about the risk that Mark Robinson poses for urban Republicans. It's easier to overcome. 40-point countywide margin in Mecklenburg County early vote is actually not terrible. That seems pretty normal. 58 points, that's going to be a lot harder for
That's
people like Trisha Cotham to win, who's in a
yeah,
seat that was surgically designed to elect a Republican, but still voted for Biden, I think, by 1 or 2 points.
yeah,
Northern in Huntersville, that's another area. You have Republicans trying to hold I think it was a Clinton Biden seat actually
right.
up there. That's going to be pretty difficult to do. You look at Wake County here. This is a 54% margin for, or sorry, no, a 44-point margin for Donald Trump. For Josh Stein, it is a 62-point margin in Wake County. So I feel very comfortable saying Josh Stein is going to lose by double digits, and this may cost them for supermajority. This is just catastrophically bad. And again, just to compare this for the rest of the council of state here, 53-point margin in the lieutenant governor race, with a governor that was a lieutenant governor candidate running pretty close to Stein. It's only a 40-point margin. Go down to the auditor race, a 34-point margin. The ag commissioner race, a 29-point margin. That's what's normal. Losing the early vote by this much I've never seen a margin like it. This is just
And you know what's funny is everybody said the same thing. Everybody said, that Mark Robinson was going to be a drag on the ticket, that he was toxic, and what do you know? That's exactly how it goes.
The befuddling thing is they chose him ahead of time. They looked at this guy about a year before the primary and said, yeah, we think he can win. We're going to endorse him early. And lo and behold, it did not work. Will this cost them? It won't cost them a majority in either house. It could maybe hurt them in the Senate. He may lose the state Senate district there, but they have the supermajority pretty much locked.
I'm seeing some interesting results around Georgia now, actually. So I mentioned Bartow earlier. Kamala was underrunning Biden's number by 10% on margin. I thought that was a disaster for her. That was early vote. With some election day vote coming in, she's now back to even with Biden. Essentially.
So evening out.
Now, so Biden lost that county by 39 and some change, according to Decision Desk. She's currently losing that county by 40.1. So essentially, it's a 1-point shift with still 20-something% of the vote out there. So there is a possibility, and we haven't raised. I guess people haven't really thought about this since we went to COVID and all this stuff. But if I recall correctly, back in 2012, 2016, I think it was conventional wisdom that, more rural parts of counties reported their election day first. And then the denser, more urban parts reported later. And that was seen as kind of like, just kind of the ordinary pattern of things. I will say that in Georgia, in the counties that are fully reporting, we're seeing a pretty consistent, I would say 2 to 3 point shift on margin away from Kamala Harris. Is that survivable for her? Absolutely, because Atlanta makes up well over half the vote, and it might make up more given vote growth. But it seems like there's some further rural atrophy for Democrats. We'll keep tabs on Sherrod Brown, but I can't see him. I mean, with these numbers, Kamala's up by 5.3 right now, and Sherrod Brown's, there's a mismatch there, so ignore that for a second. There's a little bit of mismatch there with the results, so can't comment on that right now, but I'll keep tabs on that, but I'm curious right now.
What I would say here specifically is this is something where I've been skeptical of the early voting analysis. I've not mentioned this a bunch on Twitter. I am very skeptical of analyzing early vote because we have an aberration of an election with COVID that rapidly and radically changed how people voted. And I think to some degree, it's actually kind of renormalizing it. We thought it might be the new normal, but it's just how everyone votes now. I think looking at these, I don't think we can say for sure that the way people voted in COVID is how they vote forever.
I don't think so. Yeah.
That's what I would say straight up.
Was it Virginia 2023 when there was so much depolarization in vote method that Democrats were winning the election day vote in some state house districts?
I can't recall. That sounds credible. For many years, early voting was a Republican method. Mail-in voting delivered Republicans, I believe, a Senate victory in California in either 1990 or 92. You had,
Yeah.
The governor of California on stage touting how their secret weapon was the early vote, that they had
Yeah.
won because they planned early voting better.
Well,
Voting
because
behaviors do
early voting,
change.
early voting tends to lean very old. And it didn't lean as old in 2020 because Democrats shot out of the gate like a cannon in early voting. And this year it leaned so much older. And we don't get election day updates from every state, of course. But my perception is that election day tended to be much, much younger in states where we did get updates, like Nevada, where we're still getting updates, and we're seeing pretty pretty young election day electorate. So that's interesting. I will say, it looks like Trump's going to win Osceola County, which was Biden plus 17, I want to say, in Florida. I mean, it seems like Democrats have just completely given up on Florida.
Yeah, but what I will say is we're at the top of the hour, so it's now the scheduled time for us to get back to our data stream for a little bit. We'll be shuffling between various election results. We'll be back in a bit to continue the discussion here with some additional input. But until then, enjoy our data stream courtesy of Decision Desk. what's going on. We've got Kraz Granitz back here, and we also have Claire Heddles of Notice. She is a reporter, and she is in Florida right now. She's got going to be covering the DeSantis watch party.
Rick Scott.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Rick Scott, not DeSantis. I knew I messed
It
up
almost
something.
feels like a DeSantis watch party. The win is so
yeah,
good.
no, honestly, looking at these numbers. Yeah, Florida is, I think, exceeding a lot of expectations Republicans had tonight. Claire, what are some of what you're seeing, some of these results that are starting to come in even further? I think we're near over 2/3 of the vote counted in Florida now, really, really fast.
Right. So I'm in Bonita Springs right now, which is where Rick Scott is having his watch party. And Rick Scott, if you remember, in 2018 in his last race, he won by only 10,000 votes. I mean, he's never won an election by more than 2% margin.
Yeah.
And right now he's leading at a 12% margin. So the people in the room are happy. And I stopped with him at a meet and greet in Tampa earlier today, and he was practically giddy. I mean, he was like, I'm having so much fun campaigning. So Republicans are riding a high right now. Democrats, who I covered sort of all week last week, were hoping to show a proof of concept tonight that they can win a race, that Florida is winnable on smaller scale, places. One place I'm watching in particular is Duval County, which Florida Democrats have been pointing to sort of all cycle as proof that they can win there, because they elected a Democratic mayor in Duval County in 2023, even though it had gone for DeSantis the year before. So they've been trying to show that Duval, where Jacksonville is, could go blue again, and that is not happening. That's about 100 vote margin right now for Trump there. And then similar in Miami-Dade, where this question of was 2022 sort of red wave in Miami-Dade a fluke, it's looking like, that's a solid trend shift with the way that Miami-Dade is going so far.
Mm-hmm. And like we said earlier in the stream, it has been decades since a Republican presidential candidate has won. They did manage to win it in 2004. Mel Martinez carried it when he, in one of the weirder election maps, you go back and look at it, where you have South Florida, him doing really well down there. And then you had, I think, the Democratic candidate, I think it was like doing really well in like the traditional area around Tallahassee, winning a lot of those areas. Very different map now. And obviously, for Scott, it kind of been a joke on Twitter that every single election he won by a smaller margin somehow.
Right.
Which is just, I don't know anyone else that has done that. This is the first time he's not probably had to seriously campaign like his life depended on it at this point. That's got to be a refreshing feeling for someone.
Right. He spent about $26 million of his own money in the race this year, but in 2018 he had to spend, I think it was $60 million of his own race.
Yeah.
Of his own money. So he saved money. I mean, he's still funding a lot of the race, but saved money for sure, because there wasn't the same National Democratic spend. It was about a third of the National Democratic spend this time as last time he was running.
Yeah. And obviously Florida is not as competitive as it used to be by any stretch of the imagination. It is smart to try to point to specific areas of strength. That's what any party that's doing rebuilding is going to do. They try to build up your strength in specific areas. I think they've thought of that, and then maybe to some degree St. Petersburg, they did a little bit better than expected. Some of that may have been the Charlie Crist factor. But those were a couple of areas that were relatively strong points over recent years. And
I'll say like Anna Paulina Luna's race, which is in the Tampa area, Pinellas County. That was one of the only sort of competitive congressional races. I think they called that. Maybe you guys called it already, but I think she's leading by about 10 points there already. Pinellas County, I'll know, also has correctly predicted the presidential winner since 1980. So it's 40 years except for 1 year, and it's leading for Trump by a massive margin.
That's definitely interesting.
That's more of a probably note about Florida than it is about the nation.
Yeah. And Luna was actually someone we had flagged as a potential underperformer. She did a lot worse than DeSantis did in the district. But the fact she's winning by such a large margin really does underscore just how bad of a night this is for Florida Democrats. There's not a ton you can look here and say, this is unambiguously a good thing. I think people were like flagging some retiree shifts that looked promising until they didn't. There was hope for like a Puerto Rican turnout in Osceola County. That hasn't seemed to pan out so far either. We had thought this would probably be closer to like a 5-point race. This is looking way more than that. Definitely red state, like consistently red state territory is what it's appearing to be.
Yeah, and I think the real question for Florida, because of after 2022, where DeSantis won by this 20-point margin, there was a cratering of national funding in Florida this year. And so Florida Democrats have been really trying to show they can win, even if it's small races. They can run up the margins in blue areas, so that they can bring that investment back for the 26th gubernatorial race. That's what sources have told me, and sort of Democratic leaders here. And we are not seeing that tonight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there may be, obviously, Florida is, if one thing, it's unpredictable. It's very possible Democrats could come back later. Republicans thought they were in a really good position after, Bush won it by a pretty wide margin in 2004. And then Obama wins it twice. Republicans managed to do pretty well state level, but it is possible to rebound in a place like this. But I think most of us had expected that DeSantis win to be more of an aberration than it was. But when you're dealing with a 20% shift in a swing state, with a candidate that frankly was not bad, like Charlie Crist is not a terrible candidate. He's someone who has competed in Florida reasonably well for in 2014. He ran a decent campaign. It's not like he's a Mark Robinson tier candidate. To see someone defeat someone who's not that terrible of a candidate by such a wide margin, really, I think we probably should have looked back into this and said, maybe there is a lot more going on underneath it than just turnout. You can't just blame this on Democrats not turning out to vote.
And I will say in 2022, also with Charlie Crist, he got very little money from the Democratic Governors Association, so there was very little national spend for him. And then that's a similar trend we saw now, like very little national spend in Florida from the presidential ticket or in the Senate race. And, that's something that I think state Democrats are going to be pointing to in the coming days.
Yeah, Democrats definitely invested a little more in Texas down the run. Colin Allred's campaign definitely looked a little bit more promising than the Senate campaign here.
Right, and those are the only two sort of offensive pickups for the Senate.
Yeah, unless we expect something weird in Nebraska to happen, which frankly I don't.
It's possible.
I'm kind of alone in that one. Yeah. But Kraz, what are some additional thoughts you have here? I know we've seen a little bit more of that vote come in. It looks like Amendment 3 and Amendment 4 are in pretty bad positions in Florida. Disclaimer for the audience, you need 60% of the vote for amendments to pass here. They're winning by wide majorities, but they're not looking like they're going to have that amount to get to 60%, which is what you need.
Yeah, I don't think those are going to pass. And I think, just to hit on this, we're seeing in fully reported counties in Florida, just shift right after shift right after shift right. I don't think there's going to be a single blue shift in the whole state.
Wow.
So, I guess we'll look at the Midwest, but, Harris has to be kind of in panic mode right now because, we haven't seen a state yet really breaking for her. Georgia's still firmly in toss-up territory as we talk right now. And obviously there's the Western states and it comes down to it for her. But, I'm not seeing anything right now, not a lot of positive signs in fully reporting counties, which we spoke about last time.
Yeah, and again, like for context, Decision Desk HQ has Florida at 95% reporting. Trump is winning it by 14 percentage points right now. That's according to the DDHQ total. Senate race is not too far off. If you look at something other than that, like New York Times, they're showing 12 points. This is a large shift. This is substantial.
Yep.
This is more than than you think anyone would have expected going into tonight.
And I'll note on the Florida ballot amendments, Amendment 3, which is the marijuana amendment, that was the most expensive amendment in the entire country. Millions and millions of dollars went into that amendment. Yes on 4 also is another thing. That's the abortion amendment. The Yes on 4 campaign was sort of Democrats were hoping that was going to bring out more Democrats to vote. But, we're not seeing that yet.
Yeah. It's really, we can't underscore enough just how bad of a night this is looking for Florida Democrats. There are states that are looking better, I think, for Democrats overall. Florida is not one of them. This is just cataclysmically bad performance.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and pull right back up here again the DDHQ presidential election results right now. You can see here, again, 14-point margin here, 10-point margin in Georgia right now, about half the vote in. Texas is about 4% with 33% in. North Carolina and Virginia are at about 4% of the vote in with early vote left. I think North Carolina is at 11%. That's pretty much just all early votes. Virginia is at about 4-point margin with 37% in. These aren't really that encouraging to look at if you're Kamala Harris. Granted, most people did expect her to do better in places like Texas or Georgia or Florida than in, say, the industrial Midwestern state, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, the 3 states she needs to have to win the presidential election, assuming she wins none of these other states. And, I haven't looked too closely at Pennsylvania or Michigan yet, but she's going to, given these trends elsewhere, she's going to need to be doing a lot better than she's doing in somewhere like Georgia. A 3-point shift in Michigan would shift Michigan into the Democratic column. That's not something that can happen if you want to win this election.
So yeah, I agree with all that. I think just looking at this, like what we're seeing right now, essentially, is that Harris is just not getting the margin she needs in some of these educated suburbs in the South. And look, maybe as the Midwest reports, it's more of a secular religious thing, but in Georgia, for example, he's underrunning Biden in Forsyth County, and this was a county that many observers expected to shift heavily to the left this year. Now, granted, this was 20% out. We don't know the breakdown of where those votes are going to come from, of course, but this is a situation where she probably would want to see that within 30 at least, and she's underrunning him by 4%. It just seems that she's not getting a lot of good news from even fully reported highly educated counties. Smattering here and there, but New York Times has her essentially tracking, I think, what we expected in somewhere like Virginia. But other than that, it's an interesting question. Maybe we see a secular religious divide. Maybe we see more regional divides. But, as I see it right now, she really has to hope the Midwest comes through for her big.
Yeah. Like even looking at the results here, there's always been this shift in Georgia where these southern Atlanta counties, these southern Atlanta ring counties, places like, Rockdale, Newton, Henry, and Fayette County, that's a new one in that list. Those have been trending aggressively left due to outgrowth of Atlanta. They're a lot closer to core Atlanta than Forsyth County is. We have this entire northern Atlanta area, which is voted for Biden last time by, I think, like a 6 or 7 point margin overall. If you go north from Atlanta, Forsyth is out of that. It is a ring county, mostly suburban voters, mostly highly educated. Whereas somewhere like Fayette, I think, is going to have a higher proportion of voters not in that group. So that's part of the factor here. Like, again, 82% of the vote in Forsyth at +2 seems pretty decent on paper, but it's a lot less of a vote dense county than somewhere like a Fayette, like a Forsyth County or a Cherokee County, Bartow. These are these ex-urban counties, more than suburban. These are ex-urban areas that did trend Democratic that we expected could continue. This is just not showing up at the moment.
Not just one thing, a little more big picture. I think Trump obviously needed Georgia. I mean, if Trump had lost Georgia early, then that would have been a much better sign for Harris. But Trump needed Georgia a lot more than Harris did. So I think seeing this go towards Trump is not as concerning for Harris as, say, North Carolina or one of the Midwest states.
Yeah, Georgia's usefulness is that Georgia and North Carolina jointly have more electoral votes than Michigan or Wisconsin. They're able to counter losing one of those two states. What you can't counter losing is Pennsylvania. So that's the value in like a stretch goal for Hillary Clinton is if you win one of these states, you can afford to lose Wisconsin. I think that's why they put so many resources into North Carolina, which is just a state that on paper, it's voted Republican in all but a handful of elections since 2000. Yes, it has been close, but it's not as on paper a state as close as Georgia was, which actually voted for Biden last time, or some of those northern, Midwestern states that actually did vote for Biden. Maybe they saw warning signs in some of those states, or maybe they were just getting really desperate. But this has got to be disappointing if they're not able to win one of the two. Georgia, in particular, looks like a demographic time bomb on paper. That was part of our factor when we rated it as leaning towards Harris. It long term is just not a promising state for Republicans. This is somewhere you want to be doing better in, not regressing.
Fully agree with that. I also think that, I will say at least it seems like maybe Harris is holding up better in the Midwest, but God, that's a really narrow road to hoe, if he is going to, sweep those Midwestern states. So we'll see. But yeah, you would have to think they'd want to see better results, especially in the Atlanta suburbs at this point. Yeah,
those three are the literal 270 paths. And if you win those three and nothing else, you get 270. You win 270 to 268. That is an impossibly narrow margin. But yes, we're just hit 8:30 on our clock. I want to thank both of our panelists, Claire and Kraz. for joining us for this. We'll be getting back to the data stream here in a second, showing more additional election results from Decision Desk HQ. And we'll be back in a bit with additional analysis from our panelists. All right, welcome back, guys. We have our next panel group here. As before, we have Kraz Granitz. We also have Liberty Vitter, who is a professor at Washington University in St. Louis, and Oriana Gonzalez, who is a reporter for Notice following the abortion amendment and how they may be influencing the presidential vote. Since we got some Florida stuff here, we'll go ahead and lead off on that. How is that abortion referendum looking, Oriana? I know it needs 60% to pass. How close is it looking to hitting that mark?
Right now it's at around like 57 or 58%. It's really high up, but obviously not enough to meet the 60% threshold. I was looking at numbers before kind of starting to look how Florida was looking like. And what I realized was that that's usually the number that we see with states that are similar to Florida deciding on these amendments. So for example, California and Vermont are very, very blue states that decided on abortion. They saw over 65% of support. But when we looked at all the purple and red states, so Michigan, Ohio, Kentucky, Kansas, places where abortion was literally on the ballot in 22 and 23, they saw over half of support or approval of these amendments, or rejecting anti-abortion amendments, but not 60%. So what's happening in Florida is pretty much something that we kind of saw coming from the start.
And that is a really valid comparison to look at, because Florida right now is performing closer to a Missouri. For example, I think Trump is leading it by about 14 points at the moment. That is very similar to previous performances in places like Missouri, and actually a little bit more than Ohio in the last cycle. Obviously 57% is a lot, but in this state you need 60% to pass a ballot initiative.
Mm-hmm.
That's still a really high bar. Whether or not, regardless how popular the pro-choice position is, you need to get that over that threshold. And when Trump is getting 56% of the vote, 55% of the vote, that's going to be really tough. That's already a 12-point swing from Trump.
Oh yeah, that's something that Republicans have been working on for quite a while. Like it's in Florida. I mean, Florida is known as one of the states with the highest thresholds for constitutional amendments to pass. So I think since that was adopted in 2006, I think it was 14 constitutional amendments led by citizens had been proposed, 9 passed. Granted, we see that that's a majority, but the thing is that we can't really compare when those pass with what's happening right now, because back then Democrats and registered Republicans didn't have as many, didn't have that big of an advantage that we see now in this state. Now I think registered Republicans kind of surpassed Democrats by about 1 million, I believe. So that really is kind of like the battleground or the playing field, I think, that we really need to consider with Florida. It's not necessarily a clearly purple state. It's one that we have seen moving towards moving red, moving more towards the right in recent years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a really good analysis there. What are your thoughts, Liberty, on it could be on the abortion thing, or more broadly what we're seeing so far in this election? It's definitely surpassing, I think, expectations a lot that a lot of people in the Trump campaign had in a place like Florida, in a place like Georgia, for example. These are just a couple of early ones, but they're doing a little bit better than expected.
I think they're doing a lot better than pretty much anyone expected. I mean, even if you want to go to sort of a really macro level, I mean, take a look at the betting markets, which everybody had been talking about so much over this entire election. As of a couple days ago, Harris was surging in the betting markets. Trump going from a plus 64% to a plus 54%, with a lot of major, probably hedge funds, hedging their bets because they were thinking that it was going to look like Harris was really starting to take over. And now if you look at the markets as of the last 20 minutes, Trump is just going nuts in the betting markets. I mean, the betting markets have basically already decided who's going to win based upon how much better he's doing than anyone really expected. I mean, we have a long way to go. It's a long night ahead, but I think really on this sort of macro level, we're seeing a lot of different things play out than people thought.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's a really good point. I mean, granted, there was some stuff that skewed. We had that Seltzer poll come out of Iowa that really confused a lot of people. And I think it's really confusing me right now because it's not lining up, frankly, with what we're seeing here. I want to get your thoughts on this, Kraz. You're from a state that has ballot initiatives, 50% of the vote, and they're pretty common to pass in California. I'd say, that how many of those would be passing if it was a 60% threshold?
A lot of them would. I mean, a lot of them passed by a lot. I don't know. Don't have the exact numbers in front of me.
Yeah.
I think that it would be a lot of them would fail. There's a lot that pass with 55, 53%. I mean, there's some non-controversial ones as well. And generally, I'm curious to now see how abortion amendments do across different states. Because I think the pro-choice movement had very high hopes for a lot of these amendments, and now, granted, I don't think Amendment 4 in Florida is really running very far behind its polling. I think that it's pretty close to where it was, but still, that was a big target for the pro-choice movement. And so, we'll see. I know Missouri has a measure, Nebraska has a measure, obviously, so we'll be watching those. But it's fascinating. I thought it had a good chance to pass in Florida.
Yeah, honestly, the ballot initiative I've been trying to track, trying to find on the DDHQ site here, is actually the ballot initiative for the redistricting commission. This is one that polling had shown passing by a ridiculously popular margin. Last I checked, it had been trailing by a couple of points, which that's a pretty big impact. But generally speaking, if you're looking at these sorts of things, especially from the perspective of someone who's working, trying to pass those sorts of pro-choice things, you may have started to hit a wall with some of these. They got through a lot of early states with early, lenient ballot initiative criterias, limited spending. You had a place like Kansas, for example, where that amendment, I think we live streamed that one actually, and we're just kind of shocked by how it floundered in rural areas. We're not seeing that same sort of thing now here in Florida, where they did pass a pretty stringent abortion ban. I think it's a 6-week ban. It's very comparative to other states, like, for example, I think North Carolina passed one that's closer to 12 weeks. The fact that it got 56%, but not that 60%, that's a big deal. That is going to be a really big deal, and that does limit what they can do here, because the odds that Democrats take over Florida and are able to repeal this through a legislative means are next to none in the foreseeable future. So that kind of locks off a path for those. And yeah, looking at it right now, the Citizen Commission trailing 52 to 48. It's basically tracking even with what Trump is performing in Ohio right now, just slightly better, which is a pretty bad sign, I think, for the retiring Supreme Court justice there. That's put a lot of her focus on passing this initiative after having previous efforts blocked by the legislature. But that's one thing we're looking at. There's obviously other states. To throw it back to the panel here, what else are we seeing other than Florida, other than these initiatives, other than I think the other one is Georgia? Where are we going to look at next? We're seeing this obviously strong performance in some of these southern states, Florida, Georgia, to a degree. Where are we going to want to focus on next to be like, if this is a night that Trump carries the election, where are we going to kind of get the first actual signs of that? What's the state we should kind of look for that crack point at?
I think for me, it's still a little bit until we get these results, but Arizona and Nevada are ones that are taking a look at. Obviously, Arizona and Nevada, those are other states that have abortion initiatives on ballot. Granted, they don't have to fight that threshold that Florida abortion rights and advocates had to try and surpass. However, those are states that, to me, really will exemplify the role that abortion is going to be playing in this election, because we can't really compare the presidential election with what we've seen in 2022 and 2023. Like, those were midterm elections. Those were special elections where mostly what voters were thinking about was abortion. So obviously Abortion Rights Initiative passed. Obviously they supported candidates that campaigned heavily on abortion. With a presidential one, there are so many more factors that voters are considering. I mean, Trump is kind of targeting his key constituencies with immigration, with the economy, inflation, etc. So we know that abortion is not like might not be the number one issue. We don't know exactly how it's going to be seen as a driver for turnout, considering all of these other factors. So, for example, in Arizona, looking at the Senate race, looking at the presidential race, if Trump succeeds there, but the abortion initiative passes, then we can clearly see a little bit of that relation of like, okay, we can kind of see that abortion wasn't necessarily enough to give Democrats that advantage. But if we see the other way around, say the abortion initiative does pass and then Harris does win, then we can get closer to inferring that, saying, okay, abortion definitely was the driver that Democrats wanted it to be, at least in some states.
Yeah, but I think it's definitely fair to say the Democrats really were counting on this. I mean, even if you go to sort of the smaller looking points, like Harris going on Call Her Daddy and the interview basically pushing the entire concept of coming out to vote because of abortion rights. I mean, they leaned really heavily on that. So if it turns out that that didn't work like they thought it did in 22, I think that's going to be a really interesting aspect of this entire race in general. How much money and how much effort and how much they really counted on abortion being what would drive out voters.
Mm-hmm. Well, how much of a factor here is time? Obviously, it's been a couple of years since Dobbs. We've had, Trump has attempted to repudiate the more, the far end of the pro-life wing of the party, right? He's dealt with Project 2025 this entire cycle. One of those attack lines that's probably up there with the messaging that Harris has put out, abortion, democracy, Project 2025 are probably 3 of her top 5 in messaging. How much of it is the time factor, though, do you think?
I'm really interested in that, like the idea of these hypotheticals, right? Because obviously 2022, as you were saying, like voters had just experienced Dobbs, so that was clearly in their heads. I'm interested to see how Democrats kind of handle the fact that now it's been 2 years. And the reason why I say this is because they don't have that immediate decision to point to. That happened 2 years ago. What Republicans did, however, do very well before before Roe v. Wade was overturned was kind of make sure, at the time, obviously Republicans weren't doing what Trump is doing, which is trying to kind of separate himself from the anti-abortion movement overall. But what they did was they would play with the hypothetical of overturning Roe for years so that they could get that vote. And that was enough for that base to get there. I wonder how the abortion rights, kind of base, I guess, works now. We see it with the abortion rights initiatives, obviously, like they're getting a majority of vote, even in Florida, even though it failed to get the threshold. But is a hypothetical as successful with abortion rights people supporters as the hypothetical overturning of Roe was for people in the anti-abortion movement before the Dobbs decision? And I don't know exactly how Democrats have landed there, other than communicating that, if Trump wins, if there's going to be an abortion ban, if Republicans get the majority in Congress, there's going to be an abortion ban. That's kind of like their leading messaging, but we have to see exactly how effective that is, even though obviously that has been a huge part of their messaging leading up to this day.
Mm-hmm. I guess that leads to 2 things. Then, this is not the first time we've seen backlash over a Supreme Court decision, right? I mean, I started getting politically aware back in 2010, which is when, among other things, you had Citizens United ruling come out. And for years, that was one of the top Democratic messages is we're going to overturn Citizens United. 10 years on, how many groups do you think are talking about that message at this point? There's still groups talking about reducing the influence of money in politics, all of this stuff. But the centrality of Citizens United as a message is basically gone for a lot of groups. So that's one factor to think about. And then the other, I forgot what the other factor is, but that's really the main one. And that I'm starting to think of is they're going to have to find a way to do this. I'll actually remember the other factor. What if Republicans don't pass an abortion ban? You put all of your stakes into that. That's going to be hard to overcome. Do I trust Republicans not to do that? Probably not. But there's a non-zero chance. And then they're going to have to adjust their messaging from that to if that doesn't happen.
Exactly. That's why we had seen, there was this whole idea that a few Democrats were pushing before election day of the Comstock Act, which is this 1800s law, federal law that exists that basically says that anything used in an abortion is not allowed to be mailed. And so what we were seeing from a few Democrats targeting kind of messaging with that one, and from abortion rights groups on that one as well, was kind of saying oh my God, the Republicans don't necessarily need Congress to enforce an abortion ban because there's already one that's dormant as federal law. However, what we saw with that one is that it's kind of hard to message that to voters, explaining this 1800s law that they likely haven't heard about before, and having to play that ground with them. That's a hard thing to message. That's something that strategists or politicians might have a hard time kind of summarizing in a couple of minutes for voters to be paying attention to. So that was another strategy that I had seen. Again, only a few Democrats were kind of using it. So really, we don't really know what exactly abortion rights messaging is going to work for them from now on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, really interesting stuff to consider. We are at the top of the hour, which means polls have closed throughout much of the Midwestern United States, in addition to New York. We're going to be getting our first results from Arizona, Colorado, Michigan, or not Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Iowa shortly. So we're going to go back to our data stream for a bit, let you guys watch that, and then we'll be back shortly with additional panel coverage from Decision Desk HQ. had, like I said at the top of the hour, we had a bunch of states disclose major swing states that we're paying attention to closely. And we have a very large panel now to help break down some of what's going on here. So just to throw this all at you guys, we have Catherine Swartz, who is the reporter for Notice. She's focused on Pennsylvania. She's in Bucks County right now. We have Zach Wise, who is the senior national correspondent at National Journal's Hotline. We have Kirk Batto, who is the editor of National Journal's Hotline. And we have James Downs, who is Hotline's House Races correspondent. I'm going to go ahead and throw it off to Catherine here first. What are you seeing in Pennsylvania? This is the swing state people have been focusing on. This is the one that Harris really can't afford to lose, given especially what we're seeing in the South at the moment. What are you seeing right now as the polls have started results started trickle in?
Yeah, I'm coming to you live from a quiet corner of an inn in northern Bucks County where Democrats here are having their election night watch party. And let me tell you, the second Steve Kornacki points to Bucks County or Pennsylvania, the screams in here expectedly are as loud as you can expect. So the energy is here, the attention is here, and we are starting to get some trickling results of the in-person reporting today. And there's an optimistic sign for Democrats here. In some precincts, Harris is running a couple hundred votes in some of these precincts ahead of what Biden got in 2020. Now, you think a couple hundred votes here and there doesn't make much of a difference, but in a place like Bucks County, truly central to the Harris campaign's Pennsylvania strategy, this is essential. So I'm reporting here from the Philadelphia suburbs. It's a message that is focused on getting out women on abortion and courting independent and moderate Republicans who are against Trump. So optimistic signs here so far in those early vote returns for Dems.
Yeah, and that's interesting. If you follow Senator Casey on Twitter, he'll give you those election reports, and he loves to focus on Bucks County. That is one that he really likes to focus on it. So that's an interesting thing to start. I'll throw it off to Kirk here next. We have Ohio is starting to see a lot of results coming in. This is a state with a couple of really important House races, a really competitive Senate race. This is one that could determine whether Republicans have control of the Senate or not, depending on how Montana goes later. What are we seeing in Ohio so far?
We're seeing encouraging signs for Bernie Moreno, the Republican there. He's up right now with about 55% reporting, according to our folks at Decision Desk HQ. He's at about 49.5%. Sherrod Brown, the incumbent Democrat there, is at 47.6%, according to the latest returns that we got there. Polls have been closed for about 2 hours now, so we're starting to see a lot clearer picture here. Ohio, former swing state here, has been increasingly red in recent years. Former President Trump carried it by 8 points in 2020. And Brown's going to have to really outrun the top of the ticket here if he wants a chance here. And there's a outside chance that we get a call in Ohio, actually, before we see the first of the results trickling in from Montana, where polls close there at 10 o'clock. And now, given how the race looks like it's going in Nebraska right now, with Dan Osborne, the independent there, running behind Kamala Harris, or running similarly to Kamala Harris's numbers there against Deb Fischer, it doesn't look like there are a lot of pickup opportunities for Democrats across this map right now. And if they lose Ohio early here, then I think the Senate majority is probably toast. And it's one of the earlier calls that we could get in the House, the Senate, or the White House of this cycle here right now. So we're keeping a close eye on that if Moreno can start closing that gap a little bit as more votes come in.
Oh, yeah, and this is a big deal. Like, I think most people are assuming John Tester will fall in Montana. Right. It's not for certain. Democrats have been at least publicly optimistic about his chances, but most election forecasters have predicted the Republican is going to win there. Tim Sheehy's going to win there. Florida, obviously, that's not happening. Texas,
Florida, we're done. We don't need to talk about the Florida Senate race.
Yeah. Florida done. Texas doesn't look like it's happening. Nebraska was where they were pinning their hopes on to some degree, if they had an upset, or if as one of those last-ditch opportunities. Like you said, Kamala Harris is up about 11% in Nebraska right now, places that are reported. This will change, obviously. She's not winning Nebraska. Of that vote total right now, Osborne is only ahead by about 13. So he's pulling about 2 to 3 points better than Kamala Harris, which is, it's good, but you need to run about 15 points better in Nebraska if you're going to win that as a start. But, let's kind of go back into a little bit more of those House races. We're seeing results in from Nebraska's first district. Don Bacon was we've had so many polls out of the district, and they almost all had the same conclusion. Don Bacon is toast. Don Bacon's not going to win. What is it looking like right now? It seems to me like he's holding on okay with these early numbers. I think out of that second House district, Vargas is up about 14 at the moment. But this is the early returns, obviously. And then what about some of these other House races that we're seeing throughout the Midwest? Some of these really important ones, the 9th district in Ohio, for example, 7th district in Michigan. What's the general attitude that we're feeling about some of these?
Yeah, I think Democrats are feeling, we hear the phrase all the time, cautiously optimistic. How many times have we heard it the last several weeks? I think that's still the name of the game for Democrats here, battling for the House majority. I talked to some Republicans about the 2nd district in Nebraska, a crucial race, as about a must win as it gets for Democrats. And they're saying they still feel decent given that some of the rural counties and some of the rural vote is still at large. As you mentioned, Vargas out to a 13, 14-point lead. We'll see. We'll see if Bacon will be able to make up that ground. There's still half of the vote to be counted in the more liberal Douglas County. Ohio 9, Republicans still feel that they're within striking distance of captor. If Trump wins the seat by 4 or 5 points, they don't see a world. Republicans feel optimistic about unseating the 40-year congressional veteran. Right now, she is outrunning Harris in some counties, but about even with her in other counties. In Lucas County, where Toledo is, she's about even. I don't know if that's going to be good enough, but again, most of these House races still have so much more votes to be counted that it's far too early to make any sort of big picture determinations.
Yeah, of course. And just broadly looking at this right now, the Midwest, we've talked extensively here about some of these early results. The Midwest is increasingly looking like it's Arizona, it's Nevada. These are the states that Kamala Harris is going to need to do really well, and she's going to need to win some of these. It does. There's no point talking about some of these other ones, but those trio of states that we were looking at, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, those are the 3 most important. That's the easiest path to the White House for her, assuming she holds all of her other states. We're starting to get results for some of those, in particular Pennsylvania. That's going to be huge. We've not seen throughout the night that suburban reversion or suburban movement that people have been projecting, right? That white college-educated voters shifted double digits towards Hillary Clinton, shifted good margin toward Joe Biden. These areas, some of them saw 15, 30-point swings over the span of 4 to 8 years. We've not seen that sort of cycle replicated tonight. How are we feeling about, in particular, based on, I know it's a little bit early, Indiana in particular is one of those. We've not seen Hamilton County, for example, was one the Biden team got pretty close to winning. They lost it by 6. The Harris team was hopeful they could carry it. It doesn't look like that's going to be exactly a flip. What are we thinking about these college-educated voters? How is this going to play into it with these last 3 Midwestern states, the blue wall, as it were?
Yeah, happy to take this one, Eric. It's I think what's interesting with Pennsylvania, just to add something, a little wrinkle, is that as we're seeing the results come in here, Harris and Bob Casey are roughly on pretty much the same exact amount in terms of proportion of votes. But Dave McCormick, the Senate candidate in Pennsylvania, is trailing Trump's total by currently 1.5 points, because there's a Libertarian candidate who's putting in about 1%. There's a Green Party candidate putting in 1% in the Senate race. So it'll be interesting to see if McCormick is indeed trailing Trump at the end, and whether that hurts his chances, whether that does indeed cost him in the Senate race. I think broadly speaking, talking about the presidential race, yeah, we're not countrywide. We're not seeing any major changes in any county, really. It seems like the way people voted in 2020 is the way that they're going to vote, generally speaking, this time around. And that is the experience I've had over the last 4 years covering voters across the country. Not many people are really changing their vote. So you're really operating on the finest of margins. especially in these Rust Belt states. And as you said, Eric, I mean, this is the clearest path for Harris to victory. It seems like some of those Southeast states, she's not maybe doing as well as Biden. There's a little bit of concern there for Democrats, but when it comes to the Rust Belt, I mean, ultimately it really doesn't matter for her. If she wins Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, she wins that's the ball game for her pretty much. She gets to 270 electoral college votes. But as you say, Eric, doesn't seem like there's many changes going on. It'll be interesting to see maybe what goes on across the state in places like Erie County, if Democrats can actually build on their victory there in 2020, and in Allegheny County, where maybe Democrats are hoping to improve there as well. So it won't just be about what's going on around where Catherine is in those collar counties around Philadelphia. Maybe there'll be a couple of other places we can look to get some clues about what will happen.
Yeah, and it's looking like that's increasingly the only path now. We've just had a call in from Decision Desk HQ that Donald Trump will win the state of North Carolina. That's a big, big blow to the Harris campaign. This is a state they're really excited to compete in. This is also a state Trump went to the last week multiple times, going into North Carolina to pull in those votes there. Texas has also been called by Decision Desk HQ, which means increasingly those are, of our toss-up states, the big seven, one of them is already off the board in North Carolina. Georgia, Trump is leading in it right now. We've got Arizona and Nevada still need to get results in from those, but of these three, it is increasingly seeming like the path has to be those three Rust Belt states. The path in the Southeast just does not exist right now. I mean, if we're looking at North Carolina right here, 51% of the vote right now for Donald Trump. The race has been called with 54% reporting. I cannot recall the last time a North Carolina federal race has been called with that low of percentage of the vote. It has also been called for Democrat Josh Stein in the gubernatorial race over Mark Robinson, who his reputation goes without saying at the moment. But increasingly, if there's a path for Kamala Harris for Democrats, it's going to rely on having an advantage in those states. And, I kind of want to get back to what you said about Pennsylvania real quick before we move on in a bit shortly. That 1% margin is important. I'm trying to remember exactly what the margin was in 2016. If I remember correctly, it was within 1.5%. If McCormick is running 1.5% behind, it looks like you're going to say something, Catherine.
Oh yeah, sorry. I was just going to say in 2016, it's a 40,000 vote margin for Trump and 80,000 for Biden. So yeah, if you're looking at that Senate race, in control of the Senate, if it's just a couple points or even 1 point that McCormick is running behind Trump, those smallest of margins are the difference here when it comes to that Senate race.
And that's a big deal. If it's looking like Bernie Moreno is going to win, if we think John Tester is going to win later, that's 52 seats for Republicans. That's still, if you're a Republican, you still have to contend with Lisa Murkowski. You have to contend with Susan College. You have to contend with any other additional votes beyond that. A 53-seat majority is a lot more stable than a 52-seat one. But if McCormick is running that much behind, that's a pretty good sign, at least for Bob Casey, that he may be able to hold on for another turn, even if Trump managed to, carry Pennsylvania in the end.
Yeah, just to point out polling that we've seen for months. I mean, Casey was consistently running ahead of Harris and points ahead of McCormick. So we saw this tightening in the last few weeks of polling that showed a much closer Senate race. A large contributing factor that Republican strategists in Pennsylvania point me towards is really just the name recognition hurdle that McCormick had to overcome. I mean, he ran in the GOP primary in Pennsylvania back in 2022, losing by just 900 votes to Mehmet Oz, who would lose to Fetterman. But the name recognition was still low, and he still was dogged throughout this campaign, particularly by the Democratic criticisms of his ties to Connecticut. That's something that has come up over and over again. It's something I hear all the time at doors talking to voters. So, when you look at where McCormick is coming from and where Trump is coming from, entirely different worlds in terms of that name. In the same way that Casey, someone who not only has been a longtime senator since 2006, but his father, the governor of Pennsylvania as well, carries such a name legacy here that it makes it much more difficult for McCormick to overcome.
Especially with those white working class voters who voted for Democrats for years or sometimes generations, and who've trended Republican over recent years. That Bob Casey, if you know Pennsylvania politics, you know that name. You know just how popular he was in eastern Pennsylvania, or western Pennsylvania. Sorry, the area around Allegheny County, the coal fields, all that sort of areas.
Well, and he's
but
from
yeah.
Eastern Pennsylvania. Yeah, you look at
Mhm.
Scranton, same as Joe Biden. That area, Casey is strong and Casey carries and has consistently in his races. So it's that difficulty that Harris, that I've reported on since she entered the race, of still carrying those blue collar working class areas like Scranton, where Casey does so well, given that her identity and her background and connection to the area is far different from that of Biden's.
Yeah. Well, once again, great analysis from you guys. We're at 9:30. That means we're going to hop off into our DDHQ election data stream again. We'll be back in a little bit with additional coverage from additional panelists. So, enjoy the data stream. Enjoy, I guess, finding some of the more surprises this election has to offer. It's certainly proven to be a surprising one so far.
Perfect.
Thanks for having me, Eric.
Thanks, Eric.
All right, welcome back. We are back from our data stream. We've got Liberty Vittert back again, as well as Bradley Washer, who is an analyst at Noble Predictive Insights and Inside Elections. We have had a lot of results come in. Probably the big call came in right at the tail end of our last panel, was North Carolina. DDHQ has already called it for Donald Trump. They call it with about 54% of votes reporting, which is exceptionally early for North Carolina. But looking at this data, it's pretty clear to see why. I'm going to go ahead and share some of these election results here. I'm doing it straight from the Board of Elections. Easiest place to look at it here. As of right now, Trump has a 4 or 5 point lead. This would be probably the biggest win for a Republican in North Carolina since George Bush in 2004. This is the presidential level. Of course, we've had Senate races that have been a little bit more since then. Some of the stuff I already point out here, Anson County, small rural county, has voted Democrat for basically forever, flipped to Trump. We're seeing big vote margins out of Brunswick County. We're seeing pretty strong performances overall throughout the states. Almost 80% of the vote in Alexander County, which is where I live, north of the Hickory area. We're also seeing a bunch of these down ballot races. Josh Stein, obviously that race has already been called. But what are we all thinking here so far? This is the first of these major swing states to be called, obviously. We have 6 more of them that will eventually be called later in the night, but this is the first one. What are our thoughts so far here?
So I would start out and
think
say, you can go, Liberty.
No, you go ahead.
Yeah, I would say that it's kind of strange, I guess, on the surface that the governor would go one way in North Carolina and the president would go another. But if you look at the last couple of cycles, North Carolina is kind of the state that does that the most. We've seen a drop in ticket splitting between Senate and president, but that hasn't necessarily happened at the same level with governor and president. So seeing a split on one part for Trump and one part for Stein isn't that surprising to me. Like, even if you go back to 2022, there was a Supreme Court race, or the Court of Appeals, that was decided by 9 points. And then there was a Supreme Court race that was decided by 0. So literally within the same state and the same cycle, we can see double-digit swings, and the ticket splitting makes sense.
Mm-hmm. And that's honestly, before I go to Liberty here, I have one comment on that before I go to Liberty real quick. That is a really good analysis. Again, you think about this time. The exception, we have had 2 exceptions this century to the ticket splitting. 2008, where Barack Obama and Bev Perdue both won governor race, and then 2012, where Mitt Romney and Pat McCrory both won the governor race. In all the other ones, other than those 2 races, it has been a ticket split, and usually by pretty wide margins. But go ahead and throw it to Liberty here to continue to keep the discussion rolling here.
Well, we also obviously have some, there's extenuating circumstances behind the governor
right.
on here, with Mark Robinson. So I think that definitely, we can't forget about that aspect of it. But listen, North Carolina is the perennial purple state. Like, when it comes to all the swing states, the 7 of the swing states, North Carolina is the most perennial purple. Yes, it's gone for Republicans in 6 out of the 7 last presidential races, but it's all been within 6 points. So it's as sort of perennially purple as you get. So I think the fact that this is going for Trump and going for Trump so early definitely means something. If I were the Trump campaign, this would be making me feel, as nervous and on edge as everybody is right now. This would be making me feel pretty darn good. And yes, the ballot split, but given Mark Robinson's issues, I'm actually pretty surprised by how many votes he has gotten.
Yeah. It goes without saying that he's a problematic candidate, and he was down in the polls even before the most recent revelation.
A very nice way of putting it there.
Yeah. We could do I wrote an entire article. I've written multiple articles about how flawed of a candidate this individual is. But the fact that it's such an amount of ticket splitting is really surprising. Like, we didn't see this, for example, in Pennsylvania, where you had Josh Shapiro on one side, and then you had John Fetterman on the other. Yes, there was some ticket splitting, but it was more like 10 points, not 20 or 15 in this case. It looks like Trump's ahead by 5, and then Stein's ahead by 12. That's a lot. But this is a good. I think this is a good early sign for Trump. Obviously, this is a state. Kamala Harris really, really wanted North Carolina. They put so much effort into this. Even the Biden campaign beforehand, they almost seemed to give up on Georgia for a little bit, and we're going all in on North Carolina. This is a state they pumped a ton of resources in. Democrats are really excited about their party chair. They have this young My generation, I was literally in college with her. She was my student council president when I was at App State. So very, very relatively young individual. They were very excited about this, and to see this called so early, it's got to be really disappointing if you're a Democrat, especially one who were around in 2008 when people kind of thought this would be a state that would move on quickly from the Republican Party, given how rapidly it shifted. And even we're looking at some of the down ballot results here. Republicans doing pretty well. A lot of these other races, Jeff Jackson's ahead in the Attorney General race. That's one they wanted to win. But some of these other ones, they're winning by similar margins to Trump. Insurance commissioner, agriculture commissioner, labor commissioner, treasurer. These are all pretty big offices that they were wanting to hold or already are holding. But I didn't want to get entirely focused on North Carolina here. As interesting as the state is, we've probably got some other things that we can focus on other than just North Carolina. Although I will mention in the highly contested superintendent race here between Mo Green and Michelle Morrow, who got in trouble for some stuff that's almost as bad stuff Robinson did. It almost helped her that Robinson was so bad because they've all focused on him and not on her.
Very low bar when it's
yeah, really low bar. She's only down by 1. And again, this isn't surprising to do a comparison to last cycle. Republicans ran a candidate for auditor that was literally convicted of financial crimes, crimes of hiding finances. He only lost by 1. He was within a point of becoming that. So with these lower down the ballot ones, that's where things get a little interesting. But just looking a little more broadly at the state totals here, one state I want to go to is Nebraska. This was one have been really interesting for a big reason. People have been focusing on Dan Osborne, this independent candidate running for Senate in place of a Democrat. Originally, he was going to run with the endorsement of the Democratic Party. Then he told them, no, I'm not accepting your endorsement. I'm going to run as an independent. Took all their money anyway. Was polling, New York Times poll had him down 2. YouGov poll had him down 7. As of right now, they've already called Nebraska for Donald Trump. He's losing by 8, but this is because the results are mostly from Omaha and Lincoln. If you go to the Senate race in Nebraska, though, where's the Senate race? No. Osborne is only running about 2 points ahead of Harris right now. This is about a 13-point lead for Osborne at the moment, and then you have an 8-point lead for Harris. So actually, it is solidified a little bit. It's more like a 6-point lead now. That's closer to what you want, but this is like kind of the last ditch of those states. If they're not getting Florida, which has already been called, they're not getting Texas, which has already been called. The next on the list, in case Ohio fails, like the press glass or break glass in case of emergency, was basically Nebraska. And this doesn't look like that's enough to follow there either. I think what we're just from my personal perspective here, I think we're getting towards the point where you could say it's pretty likely Republicans will control the Senate, given how Ohio's going, given we still have Montana to come out. But frankly, given how the night is going, I wouldn't be surprised if Montana goes a little bit further than expected too. This just seems to me like a pretty bum night.
My view of the Nebraska race was Dan Osborne is a pretty fun story to tell. Like, I had lunch with a friend a couple weeks ago, and I mentioned how he is in red and Fisher is in blue in all of his ads. And that idea stood out to my friend. But that seems to be a microcosm of his whole campaign. He gets a lot of attention, he gets a lot of eyes, but at the end of the day, it's hard to cross the finish line in a state like Nebraska, regardless of the letter next to your name.
Yeah. And then for that matter, Larry Hogan in Maryland, he's running ahead of Donald Trump there. But the problem is Maryland is going to vote for Kamala Harris by anything from 25 to 30 points. He's running ahead by, I think, 6 or 10 points right now. That's just not enough. Like, you can run a really, really good campaign, but if you're doing it in the wrong state, it's not really going to help in the grand scheme of things too much, other than drawing a little bit of money in, which they definitely had to spend money on Nebraska. I think they pumped in a couple million down the line, the Republican Senate committee. And then obviously Chuck Schumer's been spending a ton in Maryland. But, I think we're nearing almost increasingly. This is something I've observed and I've seen other people notice is the lack of ticket splitting in Senate and federal races. It used to be pretty common. You see a presidential race and you see a Senate race, they might vote for the opposite candidate. The last time that's happened was Susan Collins in 2020. And then before that, there was none in 2016. Like I'm wondering if we're getting to the point where it's going to be the same thing this cycle, where we're going to get, one of those where maybe Arizona's different. I think Arizona people are generally assuming Biden was going to do pretty well in, or Trump was going to win Arizona and Kerry Lake is not. But other than that, like Carrie Lake running almost as bad a campaign as some of the other people we've mentioned, the cycle, it's an interesting observation, I think, just the difficulty in winning these sorts of areas. So actually looks like we had some more Nebraska results come in. That is a 2-point lead for Kamala Harris. If you take a look at the Senate here, Osborne is down to a 7-point lead. So he's running about 5 points ahead of Kamala Harris right now, which is good. The problem is Trump's going to win Nebraska by 15. It's a tough bar to clear. Obviously, we're going to go off here in a little bit. We got a couple minutes left of discussion here. I want to throw it back to the panel. Any other observations you have before we get back to our data stream?
I mean, I have to ask you guys a question. If you had to make your best guess right now, what's the next swing state that's going to be called?
I'd honestly say Georgia. I think Georgia is looking troubling. Some of those margins you expect in the exurban counties are just not there. And you're even seeing places like Forsyth County trend back towards Republicans. That was one I think Democrats were counting on gaining more votes from. They're losing votes compared to the last cycle here. So I think Georgia's probably going to be next in line if we're looking at this.
Yeah, North Carolina's already fallen for Harris. Georgia seems to be the next domino. And this is a little bit too much whisk-casting this early, but I was looking at the exit polls from NBC, and Harris is running a little bit behind where she needs to with the group she needs in Georgia and North Carolina. So I guess as the votes come in, it's not going to look good for her.
Yep. So yeah, that's what we're going to keep an eye on. So go right ahead, Liberty.
No, I mean, do you guys think that's going to be indicative? I mean, if you had to wager your hats right now, where are you going?
I think if I'm the Trump campaign, I'm feeling pretty happy right now.
I will say, Liberty, we were together last time in 2022, and I was very confused during that night because, Florida was kind of strange and New York was kind of strange. But so far tonight, it seems to fall within expectations. Like the polls and models all said it would be 50-50. Right now it's looking pretty close. Harris isn't getting the break she wanted. Trump maybe is. But if you also look in the states like New Hampshire, Virginia, Ohio, Florida, the polls seem to be doing pretty well. The one asterisk I would say is Florida. Like Trump was up 7 in the final averages and now he's up by 13. But in other states like New Hampshire, Harris is up 4 in the average and she's up 4 now. So I don't know where the things will end up. But it seems like the polls currently aren't as bad as one would expect.
Yeah. And that's a good point to close on. We'll get back to our data stream here. We'll be back with our panelists in another 15 minutes as additional state results are coming in and the polls are continuing to close. We good, Ryan?
Yay. Thank you.
See ya.
So we're back here with Catherine Schwartz and James Downs, and we're going to look at Pennsylvania, some House races, maybe some Senate races. So as we get more results reporting, the story seems to be about the same. It looks like Trump has essentially won what he needs to do in the Sun Belt. It looks like he's won North Carolina, as well as, well, it looks like Georgia is leaning his way. And then with those two, he simply needs to win one of the quote unquote blue wall states. And so Pennsylvania seems to be where the election is hanging in the balance as of right now. Catherine, you're in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, as we speak. What are you seeing on the ground? What are you hearing?
Yeah, for those who missed my last dispatch, I am coming to you live from the Bucks County Democratic Party here in the north of the county, where the night started with a lot of enthusiasm. There's some great returns in these Philadelphia suburbs, both mail-in voting and in-person voting, that are looking good for Harris. But there is this general anxiety that is hanging through the room that I can see, with every result that comes up for Pennsylvania, even as it remains too close to call. We still have really low percentages in Philadelphia and the suburbs, but there is that anxiety about how this turns, because from what we're seeing, North Carolina, Georgia, these states where Trump is overperforming in rural areas, this was a key part of his strategy. The rural parts of Pennsylvania still significant, less populated than these city centers and suburbs, but thousands by thousands is really what we're tracking here about this rural count. I'll give you one stat on that too. Lackawanna County, we have 98% of the vote counted in that county. Harris right now has 58,000 votes to Trump's 54,000. Now compare that to 2020. Biden had 61,000 votes in Lackawanna County, Trump 52,000. So you may think, okay, a few thousand votes here and there don't make much of a difference, but with 98% of that county reported, I mean, that's a working class blue collar area. And as of now, it looks like in this county, Harris is looking behind Biden.
Yeah, and we at Elections Daily, at least, I mean, we had expected her to lose some ground in northeastern Pennsylvania, and it looks like that has happened. Are you seeing anything in any suburban counties, any suburban areas, maybe precincts? Because if she's going to make up the ground, I mean, looking at some of the completed counties, there's maybe a 2-point shift against her in most places. She could make it up with the suburbs. Is there any indication if she's doing that there?
Yeah, I mean, the big caveat here that I'll just open with is that we're still looking at like 20-30% of results in these suburban counties. Just want to make that very clear. But I am hearing, right here in Bucks County, the state senator who represents this area and the county party chair about an hour ago got up in front of the crowd and said, look at these precincts, and what you'll see is that in-person voting, in-person day voting today, Harris is running a couple hundred votes in multiple precincts ahead of what Biden ran in 2020. So, I talked with him a little bit more in detail, and his estimate there is about, 130,000 mail votes in Bucks County. If Harris can get 90,000 of those and just maintain about 20,000 or so behind Trump, 25,000 when it comes to the in-person votes, then he still feels confident that Harris will carry a large enough margin in an area like Bucks to make up for losses in rural areas.
Great. Yeah, that's very interesting to hear. And of course, we'll be watching those closely to see if she can get the shift she needs. James, going to throw this to you. You've been following the House. What have you seen? I have the presidential shift results up here, but of course, we haven't really paid as much attention to the House. And are you seeing anything interesting on that side?
Yeah, so the sort of forgotten child, the black sheep a little bit with this presidential race being decided, at such the margins, it's a slow developing map so far, as we were talking about off camera. No flips yet, so not a Republican nor a Democrat has flipped a seat yet, and only some seats sort of at the peripheries have been called. Every seat in New York is still at large. Democrats like what they're seeing in a couple of those seats, and a couple seats in the Midwest, like Nebraska 2, trending Democrats' way. But in some of these crucial must-win sort of jump ball races, Michigan 7, Michigan 8, Pennsylvania 7, Pennsylvania 8, which I'm sure Catherine could speak to a little bit on. Those races, still a lot of votes left to be counted and are being, going to come down to the wire. So it's a slow developing map, and we haven't even gotten to California yet, which will, that's another week of vote counting that we still have in front of us.
Yeah, that is, I mean, a lot of people have been, saying to me in real life, are we going to know the results tonight? Are we going to know them in a week? And I always tell them, you might know tonight. And it seems like we might actually know the presidential results tonight, but the House might be the thing that's going to take all the way into, Saturday. I did want to throw this around to you guys because what we're seeing here and what I find very interesting is Harris, it at least looks like to me, in fully reported counties, and there are some exceptions, is not making the kind of suburban gains that anybody expected. I think that many people who thought it was going to be a close race, us at Elections Daily included, we baked in the idea that Harris would lose some ground with working class voters, potentially non-white voters, but that the suburban shifts would overwhelm Trump, especially given Dobbs, January 6th, all the controversy around that. We're not seeing that at all. In fact, we're seeing some highly educated suburban counties swing back to Trump for the first time in many cases since 2012 when Mitt Romney ran. Of course, he's a very different kind of politician than Donald Trump. And we're just seeing Harris, even when she does gain in very small amounts. So, Catherine, obviously, you're in Bucks County. It sounds like you thought about, the suburban shifts a little bit. What's the story here? What's the initial kind of explanation of why Harris couldn't even capitalize on these suburban gains? Because I get the sense that many people took it as a given that she would gain in these places.
I'm just gonna, again, with the caveat of it's early. It is early. We still have not seen the full results here. So I wouldn't say Harris hasn't fully capitalized on that yet. I wouldn't go so far as to say that in these counties, in these suburbs, where there is still optimism about mail-in ballot returns, about in-person voting that we've seen. But it comes down to a couple, it's really the Harris Big Tent approach that we have seen her take in these last weeks of the race, that she is trying to get moderate Republicans on board while at the same time mobilizing her base. So I think when you're looking at these results and returns in the suburbs, in addition to the city, especially Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, looking at my case being in Pennsylvania, it's turnout. So it's a small number of votes that you'll really see that will flip from Republican to Democrat, from 2020 to 2024. That's a tiny share of the electorate compared to the emphasis that is on turnout and just driving out the base votes. It's the same thing for Trump in rural areas too.
And James, I did want to, you can chime in on this as well, but I also wanted to ask, what are you seeing in terms of over/under performance for House candidates in suburban districts? Are Republicans in suburban districts really running ahead of Trump? Are they starting to actually run behind him? Even with him, what are you seeing there?
Yeah, so I mean, you look at some Democrats, as well as the Harris campaign, as you mentioned, really banked on this suburban gain and really strong performances in these suburban areas. It's been a mixed bag so far. As I mentioned, Nebraska 2, for example, looking pretty good for Democrats, pretty much a must-win seat for them. In Arizona 1, a suburban Phoenix Scottsdale seat, I mean, that's as close as you can get. It's right now it's a 5,000 vote margin, still 40% of the vote at large, but it's a two point lead right now for Democrats. Mike Lawler, who is a popular guy among the media, always finds camera, generally seen as a leaning Republican seat, in the northern New York suburbs. He's out to a lead. So I want to also reemphasize Catherine's point. It's early. A lot of these suburban seats still have a lot of votes to tabulate, but it's been a mixed bag. Tom Kaine, for example, another one. I'll end on that. It looks like the path is narrowing for Sue Altman to make a play to flip that seat in the sort of New York suburbs of New Jersey. So again, I'm not seeing a lot of uniformity in terms of, are they trending towards Trump, or are they trending towards Trump? Are they tending towards Harris, and how it's kind of affecting the down ballot?
Yeah, and are you guys, speaking of down ballot, I wanted to just throw it around in case, do you guys have any, I would say down ballot races you're watching, maybe ballot measures, any kind of state and local stuff? Catherine, I know the Pennsylvania House and Senate are being very closely contested, if you wanted to chime in on that as well. If there's anything interesting there.
Yes, they are. Yeah, Pennsylvania House. It's a 1-vote majority that Democrats have in the House. And right here in Bucks County, where I'm at, just downstairs from me, there's a couple of competitive candidates. One who is currently in the House, one candidate running in an open seat that everyone has their eye on to determine control there. Senate as well. But, in talking, and I have talked with several Democratic groups, Forward Majority in particular, about their strategy going into tonight when it comes to these state legislative races. And they have expressed some difficulty here because the battlegrounds for presidential align with the states that are most likely to flip for state legislatures. You may think, oh, that's great. There's a lot of resources, a lot's being infused into the area, but it causes some challenges for these down ballot candidates when so much money and so much attention, so much airwaves is being dominated by presidential, and in some cases also a Senate race or also a competitive House race. It's just less airtime, less room to breathe for some of these candidates. So that's the challenge that some Democrats have going into tonight.
Yeah, I'm watching the Ohio issue 1 in terms of, not really down ballot, but a ballot measure as you open it up to, and that's the redistricting ballot initiative. The concept is that a yes vote for the ballot initiative would break partisan gerrymandering and establish a 15-member commission of non-politicians, no lobbyists allowed, no former politicians allowed, 5 Republicans, 5 independents, 5 Democrats. Right now, Ohio uses a quote-unquote bipartisan redistricting commission made up of elected officials. So Republicans hold the majority statewide and in the state legislature, so they get to make up the majority of the districts. That looks like it's going to fail. I believe Decision Desk has actually called it in favor of the no vote. And the story of that is confusing ballot language written by Republicans, this Republican-led ballot ethics board, so to speak. They kind of said that a yes vote would actually enable gerrymandering, even though the whole point of it was to take politicians out of the redistricting process. So that looks like it's going to be a failure for the Citizens Not Politicians anti-gerrymandering initiative.
And just throwing this around, is there anything on the presidential level you guys have seen you find particularly interesting? We touched on the suburbs. We've obviously now gotten a fuller panoply of results in Georgia and North Carolina. Is there anything you're watching, maybe watching on the West? James, if you want to chime in, of course, with any House races. Anything you're watching as the polls close throughout the West and the rest of the country?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Harris performs in these really solidly blue down ballot House races. Some of these races in California, Biden would have won by 10 points. 8 points, 12 points. Can she keep up those gains? In some of these races, if you're trying to extrapolate, which can be a risky endeavor, of course, it's not looking like she's making some of these gains. The race I'm looking at particularly is California's 45, which is in Orange County. Michelle Steele versus Derek Tran. That was about a 6-point margin in 2020 at the presidential level. General conventional wisdom, if she hits that, Steele might have a tough time winning re-election.
I'll chime in with a California race too, not presidential, but House race that I'm looking at, California 13th, represented by John Duarte right now. And I'm not just saying that because I'm born and raised in California Central Valley. That's my backyard district. But I think it's a real indicator race because what I heard from both candidates there is a real lack of awareness, lack of enthusiasm in off years. Last time around in 2022, this is a rematch race. It was low turnout in that race. Adam Gray is a pretty moderate Democrat. So looking at how he does there and how Duarte does as a relatively moderate Republican in the House is a real indicator for me when we do get those results, which could be weeks, to be clear. Whenever we do get those results, I think it's a real indication of, can a candidate really separate themselves from the top of the ticket?
I'll add lastly to Catherine's point. It's a fascinating race out there. It was called on December 2nd in 2022. I believe it was the final House race that was called December 2nd, some 3.5-4 weeks after Election Day. So with these California races, don't count your chickens before they hatch, because there'll be a lot of you need a lot of patience with these.
Many observers have learned that lesson the hard way throughout the years. But anyway, so Catherine, James, thank you so much. This is a great panel. I think we're going to go to break. We're going to go back to our data stream. So thank you both so much, and see you later.
Thanks for
right, welcome back, guys, to our election night Decision Desk HQ stream. We've got back Claire and Oriana, who were both on the stream earlier. They were here when we were discussing Florida. Since then, a lot of stuff has happened. Right now, we just had major calls from Decision Desk HQ, and there's Zach Wise as well. We just had Georgia called for Donald Trump. That basically means the Sun Belt path no longer exists. This race is going to, in all likelihood, come down to which candidate can win. If Harris loses Pennsylvania, this is over. If she loses one of the others and then wins Arizona and Nevada, you could have some stuff happen. But the simplest scenario right now, she needs all three of those states, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan. She wins all three of them. She probably has the presidency. I say probably because we don't know Nebraska. But if she doesn't, it's going to be hard. I'm just going to throw back to the panel here. What are you all looking at? You know, when we see this map so far, we see those two, North Carolina and Georgia. Democrats had big hopes for those states. They were hoping at least one of them would flip back or hold in the Democratic column. Instead, they're both apparently going towards Trump. If you're the Harris campaign now, what are you most concerned by with these results?
I mean, I think when we spoke a couple hours ago when it was trending red for Georgia, you know, we made clear that Harris could lose Georgia. Trump needed Georgia. But North Carolina was a little bit more Harris needed North Carolina. I mean, it does, she needs those top three, but North Carolina did become more important. The thing that I'm really watching in those top three that I've been covering is sort of economic policy messaging and whether or not Harris's attempt to close that trust gap on economic policy actually worked. Her campaign and affiliated PAC spent $500 million more than the Trump campaign on econ messaging in the past 2 months. And though that's sort of the message that it'll come down to in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
Mm-hmm. No, for sure. And I think the economy is a big factor here. Keep in mind, this is an economy that is broadly unpopular and has been for some time. The incumbent president is unpopular and has been for some kind. Kamala Harris is not either. She's not been in charge of policy. She's not been the president either, but she's inextricably tied to that administration. She's part of it. She's a partner. They called it the Biden-Harris administration for a reason. So if you are, Trump right now, I think you're probably looking at some of this messaging and being fairly pleased with some of the outcomes here. Like again, we're looking at Arizona right now. Kamala Harris is up by about 0.2% with 53% in, too close to call. Neighboring New Mexico, that's going to be called pretty soon. But in two of those three Rust Belt states right now, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, Donald Trump currently leads. Kamala Harris currently leads a little bit in Michigan, but again, votes are a little bit funky. We're looking at the Senate races. It seems like Republicans are in a pretty good position there. Just a little bit more broadly. Over the rest of the night, I guess, which of these states, if one of them had to fall into place first, what would you say it would be of these, major ones that are left? Arizona, Nevada, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin.
I'm happy to step in here, Eric. I think I did some sort of kind of power rankings, if you will, that were kind of ranked the 7 swing states from the most likely to vote for Harris to the most likely to vote for Trump. And actually, the two at the kind of most Trump end, I wasn't predicting that they would go for Trump, but they were most likely of the 7 to go for Trump, were North Carolina and Georgia. So I think really, if Harris won those, you could pretty much guarantee she'd win the other states. Trump needed to win those. You said that many times. I think what's maybe the next one for Trump on that list is Arizona, is what I had. It was like kind of number 3. So thereafter, it was Pennsylvania. And if he wins Arizona and he wins Pennsylvania, he wins. It's as simple as that. I think Michigan is a tougher lift for him. Wisconsin as well, a little bit of a tough lift. But I think he seems to be in a decent position in Pennsylvania. And I think one thing to watch, in Philadelphia itself, Joe Biden won Philadelphia by 471,000 votes in 2020. That was the net margin. That was basically the margin there. I mean, we've got 62% of the votes in, and the margin right now is about 250,000. So I'm not sure that Democrats can reach the same levels in terms of net votes in Philadelphia as they did in 2020. And that creates a problem for them elsewhere. They need to run up the score in Philadelphia if they want to have a hope of winning the state. And if not, they've got a big problem. But clearly Pennsylvania is the tipping point here. I don't think that's news, but I think Arizona is more likely to fall in Trump's column. And then the one after that is Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. If Trump wins those, that's just an icing on the cake.
See, to me, Arizona and Pennsylvania, we talked about abortion a couple hours ago, and like Arizona and Pennsylvania are almost perfect opposites in terms of how Democrats are using abortion in those states. So in Arizona, obviously they have the kind of like advantage that a lot of strategists say that because abortion is literally on the ballot, that's gonna lift up the Senate, like Ruben Gallego in the Senate race, Harris potentially, we have to see. In the presidential race. And Pennsylvania is a state where there's no abortion literally on the ballot, but it's a state where Democrats have really been running on the possibility of a national abortion ban that could then impact Pennsylvania. So seeing what happens in those states, it's kind of also seeing how effective that messaging will work for Democrats. So again, like if it could happen that if Arizona goes for Harris and Pennsylvania goes for, Trump, it kind of could go down to their abortion strategy being effective when abortion is literally on the ballot, but not so much when that's not in play on the ballot.
Mm-hmm.
I should say, Eric, and I think we saw this a little bit in Georgia. There's kind of almost three, broadly speaking, rungs of ballots that come out. There's the initial ones that a lot of those early absentee early votes that come through that typically nationwide lean Democratic, especially in Pennsylvania. And then there's the second rung, which will be a lot of election day votes, which will lean a little bit redder and help Trump. And then there's actually going to be a sort of third batch, which, if based on 2020, seems to be a little bit favorable towards the Democrats. So right now we're seeing that with sort of those first two batches in, Trump is a little bit ahead in Pennsylvania. I expect Harris I don't know. I imagine that those margins could get a little smaller as the final third of votes comes in Pennsylvania, as we're sort of seeing in Georgia already. I know Georgia, we've called it for Trump, but the margins are getting a little bit smaller as the final votes come in. And I imagine something similar will happen in Pennsylvania. Whether that's enough for Harris to carry the state is a different matter.
Mm-hmm. And it is worth noting, like Oriana mentioned, the abortion initiative on the ballot is running well ahead of Kamala Harris right now. She's at about 49% of the vote. The abortion referendum is at about 63%. So it's running substantially ahead. I'm not sure if it's far enough ahead it would pass in Florida, but it's a lot easier to get to that 63% mark when you're already at 50% as opposed to 43%. So that's definitely going to play a role in Arizona, I think. And I'm really interested to see how that pulls out, because this is probably one of the stronger of those abortion referendums in terms of at the moment. Obviously, this could change later on. If I remember correctly, 63% is actually higher than it would have been in somewhere like in Ohio or in Missouri, right?
Yeah, that's correct. So like Arizona would kind of be breaking that mold that I mentioned before, that it's like, the very blue states had over like 65% of voter support. But when we saw those purple ones, all Michigan, Kansas, Kentucky, Ohio, when abortion was literally on the ballot there, it again gained over half, but not quite, but didn't surpass 60%. If Arizona gets there, then that kind of points to this idea of like, okay, there is a possibility that in a swing state, there can be, over the margin that like most pollsters expect when it comes to how these initiatives perform.
Yeah, and this is a strategy that's been used before, even in states that are unsuccessful. After 2004, for example, George Bush ran simultaneously with marriage referendums in a lot of states. Like, for example, one passed in Oregon. I think it passed with a pretty solid majority, and he only lost Oregon by about 4 points. The idea was you run a popular referendum and then hope that he's able to piggyback off of it. Obviously, he didn't win Oregon, but 4 points is a lot better than Republicans typically run in a state like that. So even if she does not win Arizona, it's quite possible this referendum could have driven out some voters that would not have otherwise voted for Kamala Harris, or maybe not even voted at all. It's definitely interesting to think about.
I mean, adding to that, something that I've been thinking about throughout the night so far is that, like, maybe the abortion strategy, the messaging isn't great for the presidential race, but from what I'm seeing down the ballot, it's being more effective. So, for example, Nebraska, obviously too close to call, hasn't been called yet, but so far Tony Vargas is surpassing Don Bacon in that district, or thinking about the Arizona Senate race. Callego so far is surpassing Kara Lake. Nevada as well, Rosen is a little bit like, well, hasn't been called quite yet, but that it's interesting to see how much more effective the messaging on abortion seems to be for those races in Congress rather than for presidential so far.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we've seen this down ballot too. I think there was a big victory, for example, in Alabama last year in a special election with an IVF candidate. That was in the wake of the Supreme Court decision there that struck down IVF access temporarily. Those sorts of ones, I think, may be a little bit easier to justify than a larger spot. I think, regardless, though, the idea that there are a bunch of voters who cared about Republican voters that cared about abortion and would be willing to vote for a Democratic presidential candidate on that issue alone, that's not proven to be the slam dunk that I think the Harris campaign would have hoped. There's still time, of course. This is something that could still impact an election, but they're not turning out the numbers that I think they had hoped for overall.
And that's most obviously the case in Florida, where that really didn't work. With Florida
I mean,
counting on that.
Yeah, it's a great performance. 57% of the vote when Trump is almost at 56%. That's almost a complete reversal, but it's not 60%.
Right.
Yeah, something that I saw from the campaign director for Yes on 4, which is the campaign behind the ballot initiative in Florida, was this idea that what she was saying after the results were called was saying, it's the fault of the state laws of the state constitution that they weren't able to pass Amendment 4, but clearly, there's a majority of voters in general that do not support the 6-week ban that's in place. So again, to what we were talking about a couple hours ago, was that idea of, like, in Florida, Republicans for the longest time have been trying to make passing constitutional amendments harder. I think, with the 60% threshold, increasing the amount of signatures needed to put a measure on the ballot, like, Florida is one of those that has, under the and with the legislature being more Republican, it's one of those that has been trying to make those measures harder to pass, in part because they know that this is, that they're trying to prevent, like, these Democratic-led amendments from being adopted in the states, again, because so far the party in power in the state is the Republican one.
Mm-hmm. And actually, if you think about it that way, there's still potential to further refine these amendments, right? They may not be able to pass this one in particular, but if they passed an amendment that, say, limited it to the second trimester, that might do slightly better, giving it a more concrete deadline. I know a lot of Republicans were arguing this would allow unlimited access. That was their entire thing. The goal was to convince enough voters to get it below 60%, to, like, soft pro-choice voters that are comfortable with abortion early in pregnancies, but are less comfortable later on. Try to put a little bit of doubt into those voters to hold it off for the time being. If they are able to change the process in the future, of course, maybe take it from 60 to 66% or increase, those processes, that'd be a thing. One thing I will mention, though, is that referendums to take away the voter authority to pass referendums tend to go very poorly. There was a big one in South Dakota a couple of years ago. They had hoped, I think this is after Medicaid expansion passed by referendum there. The state Republicans tried to pass one that would make a threshold higher for the vote, and I think it failed in almost every county. It was a very, very bad experience for that state party there. So there are still options for these groups, but they're going to have to think a little more smart, I think. It's not going to be just straight up, you can just put abortion on the ballot maybe and then win. It's not that easy in some states, especially ones with specific rules like Florida.
And in Florida this year, there was a sort of extended amount of ballot language to the financial impact statement that the Yes on 4 campaign had tried to get in all, that sort of, I think, muddled the issue for some voters. It was a really long ballot amendment and had this long financial impact statement that sort of made the yes-no vote a little less clear.
Yeah, that's what happened in Ohio, too, with the redistricting commission amendment there. Like, specifically on the ballot, they mentioned that in the language of what the commission would have to do, they mentioned it would have to gerrymander districts, which that is definitely one way to describe what an independent commission does, probably the least charitable way possible. I think a lot of voters may have just looked at that, saw the word gerrymander and said no, like they don't know much about it. So they just saw the word and said no. But it's definitely interesting to follow these sorts of referendums because it is a direct democracy you can't see, and gives a little bit more perspective because voters really don't fall into firm red and blue categories. They're a lot more flexible than some of that partisan lean can suggest. But we are at the top of the hour now, so I'm going to go ahead and shift this back over into our data stream. Thanks again to our panelists for being on. We'll be back in a bit with additional coverage as more results continue to flow in throughout the night.
Thanks, Eric.
Thanks, Eric.
Thanks, Eric.
Let me just add
I'm heading out, so that was my last hit for the night. But
Yep. Thanks again,
Thanks, guys.
Claire. All right, guys, we are back in our live election stream coverage here at Decision Desk HQ. Things are moving quickly tonight, a lot quicker than I think a lot of us expected in a lot of these states. We have been focusing throughout the night on a lot of swing districts, a lot of swing states. We're actually going to open off today in a state that is not a swing state, but that is having some very interesting races. So right off the bat, let's go ahead and jump into the House races first, because these are probably the more impactful things. This is what actually matters. The state of New York has been called for Kamala Harris. Everyone knew this was going to happen. This is a safe state. However, it does have a lot of House races. Republicans gained almost a half dozen districts in the last House election, and already calls in multiple of them indicating that Republicans are set to lose districts. I'll go ahead and throw it to Kirk here. What are we seeing in New York?
We are getting some early in the night race calls, at least in terms of New York right now. And Decision Desk HQ has already called the race against the most vulnerable member of the House, Brendan Williams, in the 22nd district. John Mannion is going to be the next member of Congress from there. And that was, again, the most vulnerable member of the House of Representatives. If Democrats wanted to win the majority, they would 100. That is the closest thing to a gimme and a layup that they have right now. The Decision Desk HQ is also called New York's 18th district. That's Pat Ryan. That was a must hold for them. And there are other signs that for encouragement for Democrats in the state of New York right now as well, besides those two. If you look over at New York 19, Republican Rep Mark Molinaro is losing right now to Josh Riley, who's back. Again, this is one of the most expensive House races in the country. I believe somewhere in the ballpark of $48 million was spent by both parties here on the airwaves. And again, Democrats just need to flip 4 House seats right now to retake the majority. And so far, so good for them. You have your cursor over New York 11 right now. That was always going to be Democrats' probably toughest out. Mike Lawler has been doing a really good job of presenting himself as not separating himself from the National Party, which you have to do in a Biden won district like that, and painting Mondaire Jones, the former representative, as too big of a progressive to represent a more swingy district there. That was always going to be Democrats' biggest lift. But if those results in New York 19, the Molinaro seat, hold, a lot of Democratic strategists that we spoke to said that whoever wins that one is probably going to come out on the other side with the majority, because that was the biggest 50-50 race. I'd be feeling pretty good right now if I was a House Democrat.
And you'll notice the House win probability. This is for the broader House, has Democrats at a pretty solid favorites, 58% to flip control of the House. One other thing I'll mention about New York 17, Lawler has not only done a good job appealing locally to specific demographic groups, for example, Orthodox Jews in the community there, but he's also been one of the few to distance himself from Trump and try to create a local brand, which that's not something you've seen Molinaro do, which is kind of shocking given how popular he was as a county executive in Dutchess County. Super popular guy there. Williams obviously was in problem. Then you have the 2 other Long Island representatives. George Santos, he was resigned for all that stuff, and so was replaced with a Democrat there. That's already one of them down.
I like that you say all that stuff, Eric. That's you're really getting very diplomatic.
Yeah. It's I mean, there's no need to pick a fight at night, but and then you have New York 4, which is the Anthony D'Esposito seat. That one was the most competitive, I think, of the group, and he's still losing there. But he also has been governing mostly as a Trump-friendly Republican. Lawler has been one of the few Republicans that's been willing to stick out his neck and be moderate. And I think it's paying off here. Granted, he has a bad Democratic opponent. He has a third-party candidate there taking another 2% of the vote, which was garnered in a very creative manner, as it were. But that's, this is really an interesting one. This counterbalances North Carolina. North Carolina had, I think, 4 new Republican representatives because of a redraw. Right here, Democrats already basically are set to gain 4 districts overall from that cycle, if you include the George Santos seat. That entirely counterbalances a gerrymander, which is kind of surprising if you think about it. But what I also want to go to here, while we're on the topic of New York, is the statewide vote. Look at the statewide vote right now. Trump is only losing in New York by 12 percentage points. This is the best performance a Republican has seen in New York since 1998, which, again, some of the polls showed in the 13-point range. But what is required to make that happen? Again, this is totally useless waste of votes. None of this helps him at all because New York is a safe state. If you look at New York City, though, which is where a lot of these are happening, I would put my cursor over it but frankly, finding these counties, they're so small, it's very hard to do that. Right now in the Bronx, he's at 27%. He's at 28% in Brooklyn, 38% in Queens. These are really, really strong numbers. And they're part of a broader trend we're seeing in a lot of these areas, specifically with larger African-American populations and Hispanic populations. They are shifting ever so slightly, or rapidly in some cases, towards the Republican camp. This is something polls did show. The question was how much. At least in New York, it is definitely a thing. It's not going to matter much because, again, if you could shift 30 points in New York City, there's no competitive races there. There's really no reason to do this in the electoral college system. But it is definitely, I think, if you're the New York Democratic Party, if you're looking at city council races in New York City, if you're looking at Long Island, or you're looking at some of these other areas that you have a supermajority you want to protect, this is something you're going to have to deal with in the long term. I don't think they can ignore this problem any longer. This is still about halfway. Like if you think of like the Florida result, where he's winning by about 12, it's halfway between his 2020 margin and DeSantis's margin. This is basically halfway between Trump and Zeldin, where he lost by about 7. So this is something I'm going to be following. And again, these are probably going to go a little bit more Democratic later. Later ballots in New York tend to skew more Democratic. I wouldn't be surprised if this pushes more to like a plus 15 or 16. But even that is a really, really piddly margin. Even if you consider these House results, I think this is something, if you're a New York Democrat, you're going to want to get dealt with in the long term before it causes any problems.
Eric or Liberty, do you guys think we'll see a similar result play out in California as well? Where obviously Harris is won the electoral college there, but a narrowing popular vote there.
I'll let Liberty speak to this first, but I do have some thoughts on it.
I think we are seeing it. We're seeing this across the board. I mean, we're seeing a narrowing in all of these places across the board. And I don't know whether we're definitely going to see it, depending on which. Can we pull up California here? Or Eric,
Yeah,
are you sharing your screen?
Yeah, I'm sharing it. Let's go ahead and see if there's any results in from California.
Yeah,
so
let's
far.
see if there's any. But I mean, we're seeing we're seeing this across the board. I mean, I gotta tell you, if I'm the Trump campaign, I'm doing pretty good. I mean, and I know I keep harping on this, but like, let's go back to this macro level. I mean, look at the betting markets. Trump's at 96% chance of winning. Like in terms of the betting markets, they're saying this is a done deal now. And a lot of that has to do with how much of a narrowing there is in terms of where people thought Harris was going to be, especially in places that are obviously blue. But she's just winning by way less than anybody thought.
Yeah, and I would say for California, like, we saw some signs of this in the nonpartisan blanket primary earlier, or jungle primary. It's not a blanket primary. There's a difference between the two. We saw in places like, for example, the San Gabriel Valley in California. We saw some races, House races there, Latino majority districts that showed, races that would have been within 30 points or within 20 with the two-party share. The general thought between this and 2022 for Democrats has been, oh, this was just low turnout. If we have better turnout, we'll win the district. Easy. I'm not convinced of that now. Granted, we said at Elections Daily, we predicted most of these competitive races, Garcia, Valdau. We thought these would go towards Republicans generally. We were not, mainly because of the strength of the incumbents. We weren't so much considering whether there'd be a genuine long-term demographic shift. But I think you need to have an unusual situation to say the Hispanics have shifted in Florida, they shifted in New York, they shifted in all these areas, but they're not going to shift in California. That is, I think, something that people who were focusing so much on turnout were kind of missing. These are also areas Republicans have won before in presidential years. Valdau won his original seat in 2012 when it was an Obama plus 13 seat. He managed to win it in a presidential year, and then he won it again in 2016. He didn't lose it until 2018, which was a blue wave, like a +8 year for Democrats. Garcia, he won his last race by 7. Yeah, you could say maybe Hispanics are going to turn out more in Palmdale and Lancaster, but he won his last race by 7, and he won the other race in 2022, the special election. He won that by like 4 or 5. I think if you're a Democrat, it may be to a point where this myth, this idea that you can just rely on turnout, that if you have a problem, just turn out more voters. It may be a shift less into that and more into persuasion in the future. I think that's kind of a problem of persuasion to a degree here. Because if you're losing voters in these groups that you've already established yourself in, you're doing something wrong. Either you're doing something wrong or your opponent is doing something right. I can't imagine a Democrat is going to look at these demographic numbers and say, yeah, we did an okay job. Even if Harris pulls it out, there's room to be concerned. There's a lot of, again, like California, I think on the whole, it's going to have less of a swing than New York, right? There's more white, college-educated voters here, like the Bay Area. Lots of highly educated, affluent voters all across the Bay Area, across all demographic groups. Where I'd be more concerned is Los Angeles County, but also specifically the Inland Empire, San Bernardino, Riverside County, maybe to a degree even Raul Ruiz's district, which is now in Imperial County, and then stretches more into Palmdale, because they moved Coachella, I think, out of that district, and they moved it in to Culver's district. They moved like a pretty big democratic area there, moved it out. If I'm looking at that pattern, I maybe start being a little bit concerned about some of those races, at least for me. But yeah, like, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I didn't have anything to say.
I mean, not that I'm not super fascinated by California, but I was going to just ask you guys, since we're getting close to the end of the hour, to the top of the hour, we've seen like two of the swing states. We've seen Georgia and North Carolina both called for Trump. What do you think is going to be the next one?
Ooh, that's a good question. Not Nevada or Pennsylvania, so we can rule those ones out. That's going to take quite a long time. I suspect maybe Michigan, just mostly based on the law changes that have made it easier to process and count ballots, or at least a little bit quicker, especially if this Harris underperformance continues here. So I would bet Michigan. But Eric, what do you think?
Honestly, yeah, to some degree, I think the reason we got New York or North Carolina and Georgia so fast is they count their votes incredibly fast. It's the same reason we know a lot about Florida. So yeah, I think that's actually a pretty compelling reason for why you would say Michigan. And Michigan seems to be doing okay for Democrats at the moment. I think if we're looking at long term, Arizona is going to take a while to get in. So I would say actually Michigan. Yeah, I would agree with Kirk there.
No, how soon is very relative right now. It's definitely not going to be in the next hour. It might not be in the next 2 hours. It might not even be in the next 12.
Yeah, we're at midnight. We're already at we're almost near midnight. We're 11:30, which means we're almost near our next election data stream coming in. Again, there are very few states that have yet to close polls. I think Alaska closes sometime later in the night. Hawaii, of course, different time zone. So we have basically all of these major, contiguous states up there. So we're going to go ahead and present you back with that data stream. We'll be back at 11:45 with some additional coverage. But until then, feel free to just continue watching and observe our data continue to come out, courtesy of Decision Desk HQ. Okay, phew. I think I've only got one more of these left in me.
God bless you, Eric.
I know, Eric, you're doing amazing.
Alrighty. Welcome back, guys. We hope you've enjoyed the data stream. We are back with additional panel coverage. We have Bradley and Catherine both here with us, as well as Kraz Granitz from Elections Daily. A lot has gone on. We've started getting additional results in from California, so we're going to go over some of those, talk about national trends, talk about Pennsylvania some more. Let's go ahead and lead it off, though, with Kraz. What are you seeing right now? I know we've started seeing some of those early returns from California, as well as the other national trends that you wanted to touch on.
Yeah, well, California is looking like more of the same. Kamala Harris in the first drop is only winning Imperial County by 10%. Imperial County is a small county on the U.S.-Mexico border in California. I think it's 85 or 90% Hispanic. She's winning it by 10%. Biden won that same county by almost 25% in what was considered a historically bad performance for a Democrat there. So we're seeing more of the same stuff that we're seeing nationally. I mean, obviously California does count much more slowly, and many people have gotten snake bit by drawing too early conclusions from early California returns. So I won't draw any super broad generalizations, but I do think this is an interesting point that we're seeing. Maybe not a countrywide realignment, but we are seeing just results we would have never expected. We're seeing, Democratic gains with suburbanites simply cease, stop in their tracks after arguably multiple decades of those trends continuing, and all of Harris's efforts to win them. We're seeing, Trump probably have the most racially diverse coalition for a Republican in absolute terms ever, and in relative terms, relative to the demographics of the electorate as a whole, certainly in the last 100 years, if not more. And, we're seeing, I think, Democrats be put in a spot where it's tough to explain where they go next. I said this to someone else, but, 2016 had obvious explanations. This does not. This is just a complete collapse across the board in suburbs, rural areas, cities, across demographics. Not clear where the party goes from here.
Again, like we're looking at Illinois within 8 points right now, Rhode Island within 9, New York within 12. These are 3 very different states with 3 very different demographic compositions. The only thing they have in common is they're very democratic, and all of them are underperforming by substantial margins. I'm not sure what you call it other than a collapse. It's certainly not good if you're a Democrat. But to get a little more into that, Catherine, you are at the Bucks County Democratic headquarters. What is the vibe there right now? I know you've had some candidates come and talk. What are you seeing over there?
Yeah, I'm at the watch party that Bucks County Democrats are holding here in Northern Bucks, which is now wrapped up. When I came to this quiet corner that I've been to a few times now through the night to do these hits, usually it's a lively crowd. That's how this started. Hundreds of people were here. Every time Pennsylvania came on the screen, there were cheers. And then pretty quickly, when we started seeing more returns out of North Carolina, out of Georgia, a much more somber tone here, and the crowd quickly dissipated. So things are wrapping up here now at this watch party. But the candidates that did speak left on a cautiously optimistic message is what I would say. So looking at Pennsylvania, looking at what is left to be called, almost vast majorities of the state's counties have been called, or most results have been called, and these rural areas are very clearly, very strongly trending towards Trump. You look at a bellwether county like Northampton County, where I think it's 96% of results are out right now, and Trump has a lead there. That's one of a handful of counties that flipped Obama, Trump, Biden, and now is flipping back to Trump by all means. But in Pennsylvania, you look at the mail ballot, or the percentage that hasn't been calculated yet, hasn't been tabulated. That's coming out of Philadelphia and its suburbs. So they're saying, hey, wait until all the votes are counted. It's going to be a long night. But the county party leader here, who is also a state senator, did point out to the crowd that by these projections, Harris is not going to win by the same margin that Biden did in 2020. He's still hopeful Harris will win. He's still tried to leave the room on a confident tone, but very clearly the margins here are not going to be the same for Biden as they will be for Harris.
And we know that's already possible because Georgia has already flipped, and there's no obvious Democratic seat. Actually, I think there is no Kamala Harris could flip that Biden did not flip. So you're basically looking at a situation where it will be worse. The question is how much worse. And there's only a little bit of room, but where worse becomes you lose instead of squeaking out a win.
Yeah, it's down to the blue wall. And this is something that you talk through the 7 states, you talk through the scenarios, having spent a considerable amount of time over the last year in Pennsylvania, talking to strategists and candidates. There was always this thought that it would come down to the blue wall once again. And Pennsylvania's 19 electoral votes obviously are at the center of that. So I think it's a long night around here. It's a long night of looking at Michigan and Wisconsin as well. But once again, it's down to the blue wall.
Mm-hmm. And again, there was talk before the election. We had a pet theory at Elections Daily among some of us that Donald Trump would be performing a lot better in popular vote necessarily because he was doing better in places like California, Illinois, New York. None of us expected Illinois to be within 10 points or New York to be within 15. But that does jive with that theory. There are, however, a bunch of these states, and I think Trump is leading in all 3 of them now by various margins, but you'll notice they're all close. If I were to have told you before the election, hey, Trump is going to be within 8 points in Illinois, your reaction would probably be, oh, he's winning by a massive landslide. He's winning by a good margin in these states, but I wouldn't call a 3-point win in Michigan a landslide for anything. So, what do you kind of make of that? That just seems interesting to me, a little bit of an asymmetric wave, if it were one.
Can I chime in?
Yeah, you go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, no. So I think that it is what's presenting itself now is essentially what a lot of people thought could happen, but on steroids. What a lot of people thought could happen was Trump would do better in safe states. He would do better in Florida. He would do better in New York, California, and he would not get the same relative shifts in swing states. It certainly looks like that's going to be the case. It looks like he might get some of the best margins in states like New York and California and Rhode Island for a Republican since probably 1988, if I was just taking a guess in a lot of these states. But he's only going to do 3 points better in Georgia than he did last time. He's only going to do potentially, and I have looked at North Carolina a while, he might only do 2 points better in North Carolina than he did last time.
Mm-hmm.
So it is a situation where I think, and this becomes tricky for Democrats as well going forward, where, when the dust settles, I think a lot of these states, North Carolina, Georgia, potentially Arizona, although we have a lot of ballots to count there, will have trended blue. They will have trended towards Democrats. But if now you have to start playing defense in New Jersey and Rhode Island and Illinois, you can't just say, oh, we're gonna go march down to Georgia and flip the state, because if you flip Georgia, Trump's presented the case that Republicans can win some of these states we thought were previously blue. So I think it creates an interesting and potentially very tricky political dynamic for Democrats going forward.
And keep in mind, this is with Donald Trump, who is a candidate who, to be clear, is not popular. He is, in fact, very unpopular if you look at pretty much any opinion poll. But also one thing that's shown in common is Joe Biden is not popular either. The economy is very much not popular. It has not been for some time. Harris is reasonably, I think her favorables have actually been pretty solid, not bad at all. But this is just, again, 8 points in Illinois. If you had told me that going into this election, I would have bought Miami-Dade within an 11, in a fluke. I don't know how you get Illinois within 8. That just blows my mind. It's honestly hard to explain some of it within words, because this is very much not 2 different elections, almost like what we saw in 2022. You saw these localized red waves in states that are not competitive or would not really provide that much of a benefit. Honestly, even if you look at the House right now, DDHQ still has Democrats as a pretty decent favorite to retake the House. I don't know how long it's going to hold up with California, but
they're up at all the initial vote drops. Georgia Whiteside is up 14 points on Mike Garcia in the first vote drop.
What is going on?
It's weird though,
yeah.
because in California's 25th, Ruiz is only up by like 10, and he won by 15 last time. Like 10's about the baseline for the district.
Yeah, no, Ruiz, like again, what they did is they took out Palmdale, or not Palmdale. What is the city there that's
Palm
Riverside
Springs.
County? Palm Springs.
Yeah.
They took out Palm Springs, put it in Ken Calvert's district. What that does, that's Palm Springs is like this hub of like white liberal. It's like the resist lib headquarters, if you want to call it that. Like very, very gay, large gay population, very white, very liberal, and it's out of that district now. What they replace it with? Low-income Hispanic voters, which are trending towards Republicans. It's not a surprise that will be a little bit more competitive. I'd actually be more concerned about Calvert now. If this is actually kind of, if Garcia is losing by that margin, Calvert's seat is also one of those sort of edge cases. It has less of those Hispanic voters that other comparable districts have. So, honestly, what I'm even seeing right now, the possibility that Republicans win the presidency while winning all 7 swing states, the possibility that Republicans win at least 52 senators, maybe as many as 55, and also lose the House. Has that ever happened? I don't think it's happened in some time, at least.
It would be stunning because it's almost, you said 2 different elections, but it's amazing because Kamala Harris's favorables are good. So this isn't a situation where she's wildly unpopular and then it's like the party is able to separate themselves. This is, I don't know exactly. This might just be a situation. Depending on what happens with Rosen in Nevada, Republicans could end up with potentially 56 senators, I think, which would be, maybe my math is off there, but anyway, 55 senators and, somehow not win the House. That would be I don't know what odds you could have gone on that before election night. They would have been astronomically low.
I could buy Republicans having a totally ungovernable House majority to find us any majority fewer than like 5 Republicans, but like actually losing the House outright is just what?
Well, separate from some of the California races that do have, some freshman members, I think that's a different scenario. But looking at some of these other House races, the most competitive ones, like Republicans in Biden districts, Democrats in Trump districts, and also at some of these Senate races, which, to be clear, have not been called yet, and some of these House races haven't been called. But it's one of these things you're seeing where, some of these Democrats that are still doing well, House races, I look to Pennsylvania, and, look at the Senate race. There's the scenario, and that scenario has been in the polls where Casey wins Pennsylvania and Trump does not. Not saying that's what's going to happen this time. I think it's way too early to say that, but it does say something about the power of a candidate and the base of a candidate's influence in their district or in their area. So, you look at a place like Pennsylvania's 8th district, which large swaths have been trending towards Trump. But Matt Cartwright, at least the last time I looked at the polls, they could have changed. It's been about 20 minutes. He's still doing pretty well. So, it does say something. I think a big narrative going into tonight was about how much can an individual House or Senate candidate break away from the top of the ticket when it comes to, their decades plus of service in that area. And at least, from some of these races, we're seeing that is the case, where there are some candidates that will survive this in states that Trump will win.
You had mentioned the narratives, Catherine. And one thing I think about that, maybe we have to update the narratives from 2022. Because I remember one of the reasons Republicans won the House was a luck with those districts in California and New York. But Nick LaLota has won another term. I don't know how the other House races in New York will shake out. So can we say it was a fluke in 2022, or are we as observing Republicans are just getting better in the state?
Yeah. Oh, and actually, we just have a big announcement. DDHQ is now officially projected. Republicans will gain control of the Senate. So that is official now. That is one chamber that we have officially confirmed control of. The Republicans will take control back of the Senate. Again, that's with 50. I believe that means they have 51 seats. And that's I'm not even sure they call the tester race yet. I believe this is from Ohio. That is the result. So regardless of who wins the presidency, they will have control of the Senate by at least one Senate seat. But one other thing to think about here before we go, like you mentioned with those swing voters, there were actually races kind of like this in 2016 that were almost almost races that someone could have come over the top. Like, for example, in New Hampshire, you saw both Kelly Ayotte and Donald Trump lose New Hampshire by similar margins with very different coalitions. I'll be very interested to see if that happens in Pennsylvania, if Casey does manage to hold on, how much of it is that coalition? Because Dave McCormick is not a Trumpy candidate. He's say what you will about him, he ran a decent campaign. He's not in that same mold of like what you would expect of like a very Trumpy populist candidate, like a Bernie Moreno or someone along that line. I'll be interested to see how much of those areas Casey was able to hold on to because of that factor.
Yeah, when it comes to that race, I mean, like with McCormick, you're right that when you look at his policy positions, his focus, very heavy on foreign policy, very heavy on, his business background, international background, in many ways, a different policy perspective, or at least focus from Trump, and notably did not receive the endorsement of Trump back in 2022 when he first ran for Senate in that primary. He's since aligned himself with Trump frequently at rallies with him. A very different relationship than what we saw a couple of years ago. But yeah, when you get down to it, still the nature of the candidate, of McCormick's tenor, of his focus, all very different from where Trump is running. So I think this race is really a test of at least the Republican Party and its focus, to speak for Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. And unless you have any other thoughts, this is probably where we sign off for the night. I think all of us are, from all of this coverage, have spent a lot of time and a lot of energy on this and may need a little bit of time to refresh and recharge as we wait for more election results to be called tomorrow, or in the case of California, some of these other states, week, however long it takes for all of the ballots to be, counted and put in. So any last thoughts before we sign off for the night? All right. I do not know. I think the data stream will probably continue to be running for some time. So if you want to continue watching that, go right ahead. But this will be the last of our panel session. So thank you all for watching. Really appreciate your tuning in for this. I hope you found this to be at least an enjoyable experience. And I certainly enjoyed, if not learning from the different perspectives from people on this panel. So thank you all for watching. I don't know if we'll be doing this again, but if we do, you know where to find us. We'll be at Decision Desk HQ. Thank you all.
Ariana, you there? Hey, we're going to go ahead and just try and continue analysing things. Just the two of us now. I mean, it obviously looks a little bit favourable, to put it mildly, for Trump in the presidential race. But I guess we can start with the Senate because it looks like that's all for Republicans. I mean, how important is this for Republicans to flip the Senate, and what does it mean for Democrats going forward in terms of the upper chamber? Do you think now that Republicans do have control?
I mean, it's huge, right? Like they just it appears to be called a 51 majority. It might be getting a couple more seats. It's huge for them. We have to see at least what happens with the House, as that seems to be a lot of a tighter race. But that's kind of like a big win for them. And again, talked about abortion a couple times at this point, but it's like it's proving to be not necessarily the lightning rod that Democrats wanted to be. That being said, it was really surprised to see Nebraska and how close it was in terms of how the race is still going. Obviously, those are still being counted, but Osborne is giving Trisha a little bit of a run for money. Like it does not appear to be as decided, I think, as a lot of strategists and pollsters going into it. Kind of assume that it would be going. I think we need to wait and see what happens in Arizona and Nevada, and of course in Pennsylvania, how Casey's doing there. But yeah, that's definitely the first big win that Republicans are getting this time around at that. In terms of, I don't know what you get yet about the presidential race. You might have a little bit more to add in terms of how things are looking in Georgia, Pennsylvania.
Sure, Ariana, we'll see. But it obviously Georgia and North Carolina, North Carolina, and both of them have been called for bipartisan test for Trump. Thinking about some of those Senate races, the differences we're seeing, because the polls predicted that Democrats, the Democratic Senate candidates would be way ahead of where Harris was. And to varying degrees, we're seeing that. We're seeing a little bit in those Rust Belt states, Casey and Stockton slightly ahead, even Baldwin as well, with Wisconsin. But what's really interesting is Gallego is way ahead from the results so far in Arizona, where Harris is. Is that just because you think there's those voters who dislike Harry Lake, or is there something about Gallego that he can offer that Harris maybe can't when it comes to Arizona voters?
I want to say a little bit about Harry Lake. It started kind of strong, and then we saw throughout her campaign the popularity started building down the closer we got to election day. Abortion studies obviously covered a lot, but when it came to her, she was someone to really watch when it came to her campaign and how she was dealing with abortion. She multiple times changed her position publicly from adoring and admiring the pro abortion ban that was in the state, and then saying that it was going too far, and then kind of suggesting that women should have choices in terms of pregnancy. So that was a candidate that we really kind of saw dance through the polls before we got here. And Gallego seems to have been completely benefiting from that in his race. I think that there was a lot of doubts with Gallego initially, because of course this is coming from Cinema, who again is independent, what put her ahead in her election was the fact that she was more moderate. And Gallego, I'm not saying necessarily that he's completely progressive or anything like that, but it's just surprising to see someone that a lot of strategists have said is just a little bit further and less than Cinema was win, or surprising big call, but kind of had that edge that we haven't seen. I'm very intrigued to see what happens in Nevada, because I know that one is very close. Ohio, obviously, Republicans flipped it, so I'm trying to, and I don't want to necessarily get ahead of myself and read any tea leaves or anything like that, but seeing what happened with Ohio and the fact that they just UTC because he didn't incumbent, I'm looking very closely at that and seeing what happens with Rosen.
Yeah, and obviously there's a ballot there, an abortion ballot initiative in Nevada as well. I wonder what you think of this, Ariana, because I wanted to actually ask you I know the abortion ballot initiative actually failed in Florida, but that was only because it didn't reach 60%. It seems like. I wonder if there are voters are separating now in their minds how they view abortion access and how they vote. Because obviously in Florida we're seeing Trump potentially winning Florida by 10 points potentially, over 10 points it looks like. And the abortion ballot initiative, ultimately, I know it didn't reach the 60-point threshold, but it won by like 16 points or something along those lines. It was completely reversal. Are voters almost separating out in their minds the abortion access question from how they'll vote in terms of which candidate they'll vote for in the election?
I think it's a little bit too soon to make like a definitive, conclusion to this. That being said, seeing what happened in Florida, for example, it's almost impossible to separate the idea that Trump and so many Republicans have been saying that abortion is not a state issue, and so that kind of implying you shouldn't be afraid to vote for Republicans because now it's up to the states. And it, definitely working for him in Florida. We have to see then in other states how that ends up going. Nebraska, obviously, still the abortion initiative hasn't been called yet, and they have kind of they're in a unique position of two dueling abortion initiatives are in the state. But certainly that was something to play in the Senate race, and certainly we haven't seen, I don't know if it's they call it all within this call, but thinking about Bacon's race, that one's also very tight. From what I saw earlier, Tony Vargas was ahead, and I know for a fact that abortion is also a big thing that at least the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee was making a big deal out of that race. So it's kind of hard to tell at the moment. This is what we were talking about earlier about these hypotheticals. It's this idea of saying if you vote for Republicans, they'll lead to an abortion ban, a national abortion ban. Is that actually breaking through with voters? So far, it appears that maybe not. Again, don't want to get ahead of myself. Probably have a couple of takes of this, but we'll see exactly how it goes. But I'm really wondering again how kind of what's going to happen with Wisconsin, Michigan, kind of the big swings where we're waiting for right now in terms of what's going to happen there for the presidential.
The Harris campaign almost confirmed as much in a memo that was released to the press that they're only half left now. It looks to be through the Rust Belt. She's got to sweep that, and she will win that second district in Nebraska mentioned. Nebraska actually divvies up its electoral votes a little differently. A bit of a strange, unique system, but it ultimately means that if Harris wins those Rust Belt states and wins Nebraska's second district, she gets the 270 votes. But that is the finest of margins. Finest of margins. I think the other thing, Ariana, to talk about while we're here is obviously, I know it's very early, I know we can't generalize, but we're looking at a lot of states here. There's blue states where Harris is underperforming Biden in 2020. There's red states where Trump is overperforming what he did in 2020. Generally, when we look at what's going on nationwide, Trump is doing a little bit better than in 2020. Yet in the midterm, there did seem to be a lot of backlash towards the fall of Roe v. Wade. I guess why haven't we seen that same backlash this time around with those election? If indeed that we can conclude that.
I think in part it's the distance. It's the fact that in the midterms, thinking about 2022, that was just a couple of months after Roe v. Wade was overturned. So that was fresh in people's minds. We know for a fact that was number one issue for a lot of voters. 2023, again, kind of like special elections, it was because it's not necessarily a presidential, it's not something that they're just really looking into bigger picture, different options and candidates and issues, etc. Again, abortion, Testament 2022 had a big role to play. And I think what we're seeing here right now, particularly from kind of getting off these wins, as we were talking about, is that, again, abortion, sure, it's still, among top issues for voters, but certainly not, the top issue for many of them. And it seems like his messaging on the economy, on immigration, on inflation, really I guess we'll have to see exactly what happened. But again, what we're seeing right now is definitely this idea that the fall of Roe v. Wade is exactly the key, a magical key that Democrats wanted to deliver all these victories.
I guess then the natural conclusion of this, again, we don't know that there's still a party of Harris. Trump may not win this. This is far from over. But if Trump does become the president again, and you know they've taken the Senate, we said, and let's say they hold on to the House. I mean, do you expect Trump to try and pass some kind of federal abortion? That's something you see Republicans trying to do.
I'm not completely sure. I mean, in terms of it's really kind of like a wait and see what happens in the next Congress congressional session. Trump has been continues to be very adamant on saying, this is a state issue, or the federal government shouldn't have anything to do with it. I see abortion advocates that I have talked to, they're very, very divided when it comes to that. There's a few that are saying, he's just saying that because he's in campaign mode, and he needs to say that because it helps him. There's a few others that are just like, I don't think he's doing some hidden message here. I think he really means what he's saying. So it's, and again, seeing that coming from a movement that had been so united up until the Dobbs decision, and kind of understanding that their goal was to overturn Roe, that division is so surprising to see, and whether they believe or not what Trump is saying, that is really unclear exactly what to say. Obviously,
Oriana, I think you just need to yourself quickly, briefly. Yeah.
Sorry about that. But what I was saying previously, like if what we see with Congress is that Democrats get a majority in the House, and then the Senate Republicans get that, then that discussion around a national abortion ban can end, because Democrats in the House will not be passing or approving any sort of abortion ban coming from the potentially Republican-controlled Senate. So it kind of goes back to that argument that Trump keeps saying, being like every time he's asked about abortion, he's just like, it's not even a question. We don't have the numbers. If there's a divide of Congress, that response is actually louder than ever.
Yeah, that's great. Oriana, that's great. I guess as we wrap things up here, is there anything that you'll be watching over the next half hour, any states where you're thinking could give us some insight about what will happen in the presidential race in the next hour or so?
Absolutely. I mean, the main one I think that we're looking at is Pennsylvania, obviously Arizona. Those are kind of the top two that I have at the moment. Michigan and Wisconsin as well, but really Arizona and Pennsylvania I think is on the top two at the right now. And then in terms of Senate or congressional races, non-ballot races, I guess obviously looking at Arizona, obviously looking at Nevada, Wisconsin. There's a lot more House races to be looked at, but I'll take everyone's time.
Yeah. There's a lot to come through in New York, in California. Well, New York, it seems we're getting some results there in the House race and some flips. But California, there's going to be a lot of swing districts there. So a lot of time to go with this election. But Oriana, it's a pleasure to talk to you, and I hope everyone's having a restful, peaceful night as well. And back to our decision desk data board.